to our guests. Good morning, councillors. Another beautiful day in paradise. I'll just hand over to Councillor Kate Joplin, who'd like to do our opening prayer.
Offer a karakia. Mati rongo ka mohio, mati mohio ka marama, mati marama ka matou, mati matou ka ora. From listening comes knowledge, from knowledge comes understanding, from understanding comes wisdom, from wisdom comes well-being. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Kate. Lovely. Right, I think we're ready to go, are we? Anybody? No, now, yes, Glenda.
I'd just like to declare an interest in the development contributions, policy submissions that will be happening today.
Thank you,
Thanks.
thank you. Glenda, everybody else happy? Right, we'll move ahead. Russell, Mr. Russell's here. Please welcome to the podium.
That's all you need to do. Rightio. Thanks very much. Your Worship, councillors, I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to you today in connection with Cook's Gardens and the prices and the general situation out there. Hopefully you've read my submission. This is the first time the council, since they took back Cook's Gardens in 2017, has given the community the opportunity to make submission on the charges at Cook's Gardens. I've been told by the council they want to make it open and transparent. It's taken 7 years. However, during that time, the charges for the use of Cook's Gardens for the Cook's Classic has gone from $347 to $1,502. We agree with the 6% rise, however, that is what's gone before. That's our query. It's since 2017 to 2023. Those rates just went up from that 300 up by 60%, 100%, and we never had an opportunity to express our views. Cook's Gardens is rated as New Zealand's premier, well, the Cook's Classic premier track and field meeting. It is a World Challenger meet. The North Island Games, North Island Colgate Games were held at Cook's in January 2023. The charges for that 3-day event were over $10,500. This event caters for children between the ages of 5 and 13. The previous year, the charge for running the Colgate Games in Wellington was $1,300. And note from the proposed changes outlined in your proposed fees and charges that you've divided it up into hourly, half-day and full-day rates. And these rates vary from a lower figure to a higher figure. So it goes from $315 to $2,000. It's a great variation, which we don't know what those charges are actually for. We would like to see a breakdown for these rates and what they relate to. So it relates to the function centre, the corporate boxes, the media room, or the grounds. We have always been charged or given an hourly rate, and hence we try to keep our cost to a minimum when we run the Cook's Classic. So we hire the function centre from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. and the competition starts at 7 p.m. The corporate guests put into the corporate boxes and our officials then go down out onto the field. We've never been given a full day rate. We'd rather have a rate for the full day like we used to. We would go in at our workers, start at 8 o'clock in the morning and basically finish at 10 o'clock at night. But we always had access to the rooms that we were going to use on the day. We could set them up. Now we have to set a time to let the live streaming people in to set up and things like that. Under this plan here, Recreation Facilities Asset Management Plan of the councils from 2018 to 2048, under this plan, Cook's Gardens is classified as an active park. However, I consider that it should be classified as a premier park. Premier parks are well established and fill a significant and high profile role within the community. These are iconic, tourist focus and economic benefits. Indeed, in 2022, the ground was awarded a World Heritage Plaque. Under that agreement, there's a section under Cook's Gardens which states, there remains a tension between competing desires for it to be an event centre and a premier sporting facility, which can effectively limit events. Determining which one of these is a primary function of the facility will drive decisions on asset replacement. Further, in the Reserved Act 1977 provides for protection of some of the city reserves. The Act requires that a reserve management plan are prepared and consulted with the community, enabling the council to manage and develop the reserve according to the community agreed expectations. We believe that the desire by venues and events to make the event centre the principal function of Cook's Gardens is flawed, and that has never been discussed by council or the principal users. We believe that the Cook's Gardens Reserve Management Plan needs to be developed by the council and the principal users of the reserve. Similar plans that the council have are in place for the Queen's Park and for Virginia Lake. The current situation with regards to the setup and how Cook's Gardens is working is not operating effectively. The present situation has 3 council entities involved with the management: venues and events, parks and properties. The principal users are Athletics Whanganui, the Whanganui Rugby Union and Cycling Whanganui. Consultation with these users is non-existent. There's no regular meetings between the principal users or the council, and as there was when the ground was redeveloped by the Cook's Gardens Trust Board around the mid-1990s. For an example, why install a big video screen to replace the old scoreboard at the cost of over $60,000? That for 2 years we cannot get our World Athletics graphics to be shown on that big screen. As we have the graphics for our live streaming, we can put it up on that screen, but there's further software and equipment required by venues and events to have our systems talking to each other. The quarterly reports by venues and events, the Council Operation and Performance Committees meetings have for the last 12 months reported that the percentage of hirers that are satisfied with their experience at Cook's Gardens as target 90%, result 100%. This is for the last 12 months. 4 reports. I know from January 23 to March 23 that the major hirers of Cook's Gardens during that period would not have been satisfied with their experience. A total of over 15 days, and they include Athletics New Zealand with the North Island Colgate Games, Athletics Whanganui and the Heritage Trust with the Cook's Classic, Athletics Whanganui with the Masters Games, Athletics New Zealand with the New Zealand Combined Champs, Whanganui Collegiate School with their schoolhouse athletics, and Whanganui Collegiate School with their school training days, which are normally held on a Wednesday afternoon. And you could add to that list Relay for Life. We realise that all major sporting venues throughout New Zealand are having the same problem. North Harbour Stadium, from reports, is probably no longer fit for purpose. Run by the North Harbour Rugby, taken back under council control, and is now no longer used by North Harbour Rugby due to the cost of the charges. It's a white elephant. I think the council should be looking outside the square and consider all options for the running of Cook's Gardens. Sports facilities and sports in general are based around volunteers.
Thank you, Russell. That's your 10 minutes. It's gone fast.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. But rusty this morning. Look, thank you, Russell. That was a really well explained submission. If you would like to give us allow us to have a copy of your verbal submission that you've written there, that would be really welcome, as in addition to what you've already sent in.
Right, I'll send it in.
Yeah, if you could, or I don't know how we deal with it.
Right. But basically what I want to do is challenge the council.
Yeah, you got your message across really well. It was a very good submission.
To meet for the users and...
Thank you, Russell. We did hear you. Thank you so much. Jamie O'Leary.
Clock starts now. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak this morning. I'll be pretty candid. I usually shoot from the hip. So yeah, I'll just get straight into it. This document, development contribution document, is flawed. It's a bit like a ram raid. Don't know if that analogy's good or bad, but that's the way I see it. The development levy is rushed. It hasn't been well thought out. It lacks consultation and dialogue with stakeholders and end users. To date, there has been very limited input from any other sources other than, I guess, Whanganui District Council policy analyst staff. I don't know where it came from in the first place, but it certainly didn't come from the wider industry or the wider stakeholders. We need to be listened to because we're key players in this game, okay? It is incredibly difficult to get a clear direction on where this is headed and ultimately where it's going to end up. Okay, for example, I'm waiting for clarifications, responses from various Whanganui District Council departments. Yet the irony is that I've had more contact with Louise in the last 10 days than I've had with a hell of a lot of other departments since Christmas. So anyway, that's just a point that I'm making, not really relevant. The other thing I would suggest is why the pressure? In my experience, I don't think councils ever fast-tracked or attempted to fast-track anything in their life, okay, or anything in my experience, okay. So I'm just wondering why this is push. We need to back up. The policy needs to be well thought out, and all stakeholders must be engaged with to create a robust and workable outcome. This is critical. The bulldozer tactics that I see being currently engaged will ultimately end in disaster, as they have on many previous occasions. And I could quote a few. We're going back a few years with some of the planning changes. The 400 square metre minimum lot size as an example, but I won't go there, but that led to so many issues, okay? And we said at the time, it's going to cause problems, but we still went ahead and did it, and we've been dealing with those problems for the last 15 or 20 years. Okay. These development contribution levies, as they stand, will ultimately, in my opinion, increase land prices, development costs, and overall building and construction costs, or they have the potential to. I suspect the quality and value we get in return will be minimal or potentially zero. sensible figures need to be applied to any DC levies that are being proposed, hence consultation, which we haven't really had anything to date. We've had a developers forum meeting saying, hey guys, this is what we're going to do, what do you reckon? Bit of Q&A, but that was very, very limited. That's where we've got with it, okay? We haven't had a hell of a lot of input at all, or external sources haven't. We run the risk of stifling development of any future developers if the new costs prove to be too high. I'll leave that one. Whilst part of me advocates a sensible levy being imposed and paid at development time, and I think there's a lot of people out there that are not going to argue the fact that we advocate it, we're in favour of it, but it's how it's being handled at the moment and how it's proposed to being implemented that we have a problem with, okay? This could result hugely in development of new land. It could impact. Therefore, I would lean towards, rather than implement a levy at the time of the land development, potentially it would need to go to building consent. But once again, that's fraught with disaster as well. So it's not an absolute. I think a flat fee needs to be given serious option. There will be overs and unders, but I think it's the only serious consideration that we could work through. We can't try and clip the ticket every step of the way. This is ludicrous, okay? We need to have a single levy at a pre-known value so that when we're doing our budgets for any of our proposals, any of our developments, it's a known factor, okay? We pretty much know what a new water connection is going to cost. We know what a new sewage connection is going to cost. This is all bloody pie in the sky at the moment. We've got no idea. So if you want to engage in a journey with an open checkbook, I don't think anybody in this room would be that stupid, okay? Communication, consultation, dialogue, discussion, positive outcomes, transparency. I've said it all, but I'm just reiterating. For every action, there will be a reaction. We need to tick all the boxes and get this 100% right before embarking on the journey. We need to delay implementation, adopting of anything, DC levies, whatever, until we get to this point and we're all on the same page. The result needs to be overarching, all-embracing, and not divisive. Do it once, as my dad said, do it right, never go back and have to do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Jamie, would you like to stay there for questions?
Sure.
Thank you.
Grill time now. I've got 3 minutes left.
Well done. Thank you. Rob.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. Look, the principle of this, I'd just like to see whether you are in agreement with, and that is that there is a cost of growth, and that currently that cost is borne by the ratepayer. That in general, a development contribution places back a portion of that cost on the exacerbator.
Yep, had no issue with that. In fact, there's probably most of the end users, some of these guys in the room and probably more to come, don't have an issue with the development levy, okay? Not at all. And I think I noted that.
Yep.
It's how it's being implemented and how it's being presented that we have a problem with, okay? I don't think it's manageable or sustainable or workable.
And what about the quantums of the levy that have been mentioned? How do you feel that will affect the market?
It has the potential to stifle development. It has the potential to actually stymie development in some areas. Like if I looked at that and saw the open-ended end of the budget where I couldn't put a definitive figure to it, I'd be going, Jamie, am I going to take that chance or not? The answer is it's going to be a coin toss, but possibly, probably not. So yes, it does have the potential to stifle development. You guys have got to ask yourself, do you want growth? That's good. Do you want medium, short-term growth, long-term growth? Fine. How do we get there? Great. We need the levy, but it's how we encompass the levy.
Thank you. Councillor Melzer.
Thank you. Can you just clarify, you said that you're opposed to fees being applied during development, but that you prefer the fees during the consent process?
Well, I think that if it's a known quantity, we can include a fee as part of our development budgets, okay? At the moment, we're not quite sure when and where the fees will be applied or how often. Nobody's been able to kind of give me an absolute answer on that, which is a little bit unfortunate. But I mean, that's kind of where we're sitting at the moment. So, I mean, if we know the answers, and that's what I'm saying, if it's a 5,000 or a 10,000, it's a flat fee. You've got a high value, medium value, low value. It's all going to balance itself out, and it's a known factor.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but can you just answer what part of the process you would prefer the fees to be added to?
Well, obviously at the very end, but I mean, I don't think that's the right answer either, in fact. But yeah, obviously at the end, at building consent time, but that will probably open a new can of worms as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joblin.
Thank you. Thanks, Jamie. I think you might have already touched on the answer, and my question was around the flat fee. Because as you said it, I thought I was thinking, are you suggesting one fee for all?
Correct.
But are you thinking, just from what you said, are you thinking one fee for different size sections? Just
No, not really.
or different value sections, I should say.
Well, no. I mean, if we have a little baby section and a big giant section and a middle-sized one, they all pay the same, and it's a known factor, okay? Or you could have a sliding scale of 3. 400, well, it's not 400, under 400 to 600 or whatever. So, yeah, you could have a sliding scale, sure.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Jamie. Time is up.
That's it.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Okay, have a great day.
Thank you. William Morrill. Wow.
Tēnā tātou, te mihi tua tahi ko ki ngā iwi katoa Wanganui, ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Te mihi tuarua ki ngā rau rangatira o te konahira o Wanganui, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Waiahau, ko Willie Morrell tēnei, ko au te tāhuhu rangapū o Bullocks. Ko Wanganui te whenua tipu, no reira, tēnā koutou. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the Managing Director of Bullocks, one of the city's oldest firms. I'm proudly born and raised in Wanganui, part of the Bullock family, and today I thank you for this opportunity to present. I know this has come after an arduous few weeks of consultations for you, so I acknowledge your patience and your service. Today I just want to touch on 4 issues, and they're divergent issues, but they come up in the long-term plan. Firstly, around the council's proposal to shut the Wanganui East swimming pool. I just want to raise a couple of points here. New Zealand's got one of the worst drowning rates in the OECD. I think we rank about 8 out of 38 developed nations. We're a country that's comprised of 11,000 kilometres of coastline. We have nearly 500,000 kilometres of streams and rivers, including our own awa. We have nearly 4,000 or 5,000 lakes. I just asked the question, will closing this pool make our community safer? Will it make our tamariki safer? I'd say a very clear no, so I really strongly oppose what's being proposed here. I think as a river city, we've got a duty of care to our people. Secondly, I just want to talk briefly about the proposals to cut the baskets in the avenue, to close the Avery, and to close the Repertory Theatre. I just argue that these are the things that make Wanganui Wanganui. They're what attracts our visitors, and we want visitors to come here. So I just really encourage you to, don't pinch pennies to spend pounds. And spending pounds, I'll talk to my third point here, which is the council's ambitious plans around establishing a hotel in Wanganui. I commend you. I think we need to think big. I think we need to think ambitiously for our town. But I urge you to restrict that ambition to creating an enabling environment for the private sector, okay? I think if the economics are right for a hotel chain or a hotelier to come into the city, they'll come in, okay? If the economics aren't right, we ratepayers don't want to touch this with a barge pole. So I think we really need to leave this to the market, do what we can to facilitate, to encourage, to make it enabling. But I think if we charge down the path of directly financing this or co-financing this initiative, we run the very real risk of saddlebagging the ratepayers with huge debt that would be unproductive. Finally, I'll just talk a little bit further about the development contributions. Bullocks has been involved in development for probably 60, 70 years or more. So Bullocks does not object to the introduction of development contributions, but in our view, the present policy does not hit the mark. Without taking away from the hard work and thought that's gone into the draft policy, I believe it does need to be redrafted to ensure that it is simple and accessible to read and interpret for council officers, for developers and the general public alike. This will require, as Jamie pointed out, a multi-stakeholder approach. Beyond raising revenue, the policy needs to ensure that it rewards innovation and encourages high-quality development. In its present shape, unfortunately, I'm not convinced this policy does this. The Council needs to ensure that the DC policy has been adequately consulted and that they act in good faith with respect to integrating the feedback from the submission process back into the policy. Now, Jamie touched on this. He described it as a bit of a ram raid. I'm saying that the timeframes are extremely tight to be able to take the submission, feed it back into the policy and make it a better policy document. You know, at the moment it smacks a little bit of predetermination in my view. I'd recommend that the Council explores a simplified fees regime that retains strong flexibility to cater to development that does not draw upon council services. The policy sections on reconsiderations, remissions, objections to DC are in our view too one-sided and lack external stakeholder perspective. The policy is ambiguous, and again, Jamie touched on this. It's ambiguous on the issue of when and how development contributions will be apportioned. I recommend that the development contributions should be applied at the building consent end of the development spectrum, when the council knows exactly what's being built and closer to the time when the services will actually be drawn upon. Front-loading developers with development contributions will simply discourage growth. Finally, going forward, the council needs to ensure that they are properly resourced to provide expert and timely advice throughout the development process. My experience to date is, at times I've received some great advice. At times I've received some inconsistent advice, and at times we've had to wait for advice at all. So based on my recent experience with development, I'm not surprised why so few enter the development fray. It's complicated, it's expensive, it takes patience and perseverance and a willingness to take on considerable risk. I'm happy to stay and answer a few questions if I've got time. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you, William. Excellent submission. Thank you. Questions? Councillor Brown.
Thank you. Thanks, William. You mentioned that you think that the policy needs to be simple to interpret. Can you just expand on that? Simple to interpret from council officers, I'm presuming.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I've spent far too many years at university. I don't even like to admit it, but I found it quite tough going. It talks about Hueys and Deweys and perhaps Louis, I'm not sure. But, I think, at the moment it looks like a document that's been written by policy officers for policy officers, and that shouldn't be like that. It should be accessible to all those in the public, because the reality is, from my interpretation, mum and dad who are wanting to add a third bedroom onto their house or a fifth bedroom onto their house are going to be stung with development levies, and which is okay, but I think there's a lot of people out there in the community that just don't know this yet because it hasn't been broadly consulted. But me and George been looking through and trying to work out. We're doing a joint development down on the riverbank. Policies we've already submitted. But, hopefully we're going to avoid some of these levies. I don't know, but the reality is we're trying to work out how much it's going to cost us, and we're struggling to be able to determine that. And I'm really not trying to detract from the quality of the policy. I think it's good for policymakers, but it's not great for a developer or the general public.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Vinson.
Thanks, Willie. The timing of the payment of a contribution, we talk about when building consent is a preferable. It's on title, I believe. Yeah. Would you say that if it's on building consent, wouldn't that encourage just simply land banking? I mean, there's no incentive to actually get on with the building development. Do you think that's got merit?
Well, I think most developers, like anyone, is interested in turning a profit out of an enterprise, and our experience is that it just takes a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of thought, and a lot of process. So, those perhaps in the bigger centres where land values are huge, perhaps they do land bank. But I think in most cases, as most developers are really trying to get a product to market, that's where they stand to get some return on the investment, which is often big.
Thank you. Kate, I'll let you ask the
Not
question.
enough time.
No, you're right. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
William. Excellent submission. Thank you. George Russell, please.
Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity of speaking. I am sort of from a position of a lay developer. I'm not a seasoned developer like Willie or Jamie. But we do have a piece of land that we wish to develop, and that we're fortunate enough to be now partnering with Willie, with Bullock's Group, to do so. So I'm really just speaking as a case, I guess a case study, of an infill development that's going to happen. Interesting that Rob was talking about land banking. Is that going to be a thing that's going to happen? Well, our land we've banked for 24 years, but that wasn't the intention of banking, and it's taken that long to actually get to the point of partnership, and you might find that ridiculous, but we bought the land, an ex-Ministry of Works site down on the river in 2000 with the intention of a commercial development for our own business at the time. That didn't work out. We sold half of it to Powerco because they knocked on the door and wanted to re-establish their site. So we retained about 9,000 square metres on the riverfront. The idea at that stage was, hey, this is actually a dumb use of a beautiful bit of land by the river. Maybe one day it will, eventuate to that we can turn it into a residential proposition. Now, it's interesting that Jamie spoke before. We engaged with Jamie in 2013, so that's 10 years ago. And we had quite a progressive idea then for a mixed density residential proposition. It was about 24 dwellings. It was actually way ahead of its time. I must say, engaging with the council 10 years ago, they seemed to have their act together considerably more in a cohesive way in terms of the various departments between planning and roading and what have you. Jamie organised a meeting, and everyone was there, and we got great feedback. Notes were taken, minutes were distributed. It's interesting that 10 years later it seems to be more of a struggle. That didn't happen in the time since. So from the 2013 to the 2023, we have engaged with 6 different local developers knocking on the door, wanting to do something, all finding it for whatever reason too hard. We have engaged with 2 out-of-town developers, one from Oakuni, who did a 50 site development up there. This is actually directly before Willie. Then he got distracted on his recent acquisition of Pure Tuaroa, so he's one of the directors there, so he's funneled his funds into that. We had a gentleman that I got to know through work, actually a hotel owner. You might want to talk to him. A builder. They bought the ex-Forsyth Bar building in Christchurch, 17 stories, and saved it from. It was red carded, you know, and they took it on and developed it as builders and still own it. 220 room Crown Plaza. He'd be worth talking to about how difficult it is and the risk you're going to take, by the way, you know, of a council operation and building a hotel. Look, back to our site. As I say, look, it's been a long journey. We're at where we are. I do take, if I go to the policy, which Willie and I have been going over, he's got a doctorate. I'm not quite as educated, but it's still hard yards. Page 25, developments will in general exhibit common demand characteristics that enable the council to consider them as part of a simple overall classification of development types. So there's this sort of blanket thing. And I would strongly urge consideration that it is not the case. Our site, God, where would I start on that? It's right by the river. We have a major stormwater running through from Heads Road, servicing half of Gomble, I guess. That has an easement. We've had to design our proposal around it because we can't build on it. You know, the council have use of that land. It's going through. We'll tap into the end of it. But it's, you know, you look at how a Dewey or a Huey or, sorry, I think it's a Huey. Yeah, the calculation of which, and I go to the table, and 53% of that will be around stormwater. Yet we're proposing to, you know, go to town with stormwater gardens and tap it into the end of the line. I just don't see where the cost is going to be, you know, and some of the way these things are laid out. Some time ago, I worked with the council to give a 4 metre strip, about 200 odd square metres off the end of our 37 Bedford Ave to allow the walkway, cycleway, Mountains to Sea to run through. No money exchanged hands, so I guess that was a contribution. We also, and it's fantastic, honestly, to see the use of that cycleway, and we actually live on 37 Bedford now, so we can monitor it quite closely. We would like, about 3 minutes, we would like the council to get a handle on the motorbikes and cars that tried to drive on the walkway, which is just crazy. Look, at the end of the day, like Willie, you know, yes, as a ratepayer, as a long-standing ratepayer, in fact, from a family of ratepayers. I think my grandfather came in 1930, and you know, there's generations of ratepayers, so we do know the burden. And having spent, you know, probably adding it up, it was about $380,000 on rates for that block of land in the last, you know, while holding it. There is a significant contribution there as well. Summing up, it is a long process, and as a lay developer, I've certainly been educated. You know, we have had, we've just got our submission in last week, thank goodness. You know, that includes probably a 40-page submission, 10 appendices, I think 280 pages of consultants from urban development consultants in Wellington, roading engineers, New Plymouth. It just goes on and on. It is not an easy road, and as has been said, certainly taxing it up front in terms of the developer contribution at the front end would be very difficult. And if we'd known that, our development probably wouldn't have fired if that was known when we were budgeting a year, 2 years ago. I've probably said enough.
Thank you. Very well said. So just for clarity,
Yep.
I think you said that you've just got your resource consent paperwork into council. Is that what you?
Yes, application has been submitted.
Okay. I think, and council staff will no doubt confirm, but I don't think you would be liable for these.
Well, they probably
contributions,
will.
but
I mean, when it
depends.
comes to the build stage, obviously it's
Right.
going to go on.
Okay, we'll just
on
get
to that.
clarity on that. Yeah.
It's at consent.
Councillor Kate, questions?
Thank you. Thanks for your submission. It would be remiss of us to not acknowledge your father, the Mayor, Ron
Thank you,
Russell,
Kate.
just under the end of the screen there, George. So you certainly come from a long line of people that have contributed to Wanganui. My question is just at a high level,
Yep.
and I hear what you've said, but at a high level, would you accept that, like Rob was talking about, that we need to find a way of charging the exacerbator or the initiator of these additional costs, these additional loads on our water and stormwater
Certainly.
systems?
I just think that it's a case by case, and if you look at our example, where are the costs going to be? We're putting in a private road. It'll be, it's more of a, I guess, secure outlook on it, so it's not a vested situation. There's considerable cost going into it. We're actually, as an ex-Ministry of Works site, they were in there, so it was Crown owned. About 20% of our budget will go into remedial work, removing buildings, asbestos, contamination to the ground, all thanks to the Ministry of Works and their 3 decades that they were on the site. They didn't clean it up when they left, so private enterprise could have cleaned it up. So there's a lot of contributions we are making, as it were.
Thank
It's
you,
not
George.
as straightforward.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Okay.
Thank you. Stephen Marnie, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. What I want to talk about is the 6-point plan that the Mayor has and the number of aspects I would like to address before I address some of the specific items for which opinions were sought in the LTP. Specifically, the need to reduce some expenditure, lower our risk profile and increase non-rate revenue. Insurance and electricity on those graphs that are coming around are going up very quickly. With insurance, can we look at increasing as a council our premiums, joining with other councils to get a better deal, and for some fully depreciated assets bearing the risk and taking them off the insurance register? With personal home insurance, residents are having to look at about a 24% increase in their home insurance bill. They're getting that and they're getting an increased rate bill at the same stage. We run the risk that people may decide not to pay their home insurance, and that's going to cause a lot of trouble for them down the road if a disaster occurs. Electricity. Can we negotiate a better deal? Lower the wattage, which is done now in the problem city of Birmingham in the UK. Make more use of solar and motion detector lights to keep Wanganui residents safe while keeping costs to a minimum. These are questions I believe should be looked into. Before we look at the rest of the slides, I'd like to talk about debt risk, the hotel and the opera house model I'm looking at. I agree that Wanganui needs more hotel accommodation, but diving into the business of building and operating a hotel is simply not core council business. The council could induce a third party to build and run a hotel by providing, say, for example, building fees at a discounted or nil price. This way, the council will avoid the risk of owning a project that will have the inevitable cost uplifts, uptick in prices, and unfortunate continual delays. An article in the Chronicle recently suggested that some of the Taupo quay sites could be considered. Are these not flood zones? Risk, in this case, is better avoided by sticking to core council activities and not exposing Wanganui ratepayers to further costs and very probable cost overruns. Debt funding means that ratepayers need to repay the debt in the future. In the last 2 weeks, the council has contributed $416,000 to complete the purchase of the building on the Lower Avenue, and another $250,000 of debt funding to bail out the museum from its difficulties. This is money we have to pay interest on, and we have to pay back someday. An alternative approach for the hotel could be looking at to see if existing empty building or underutilised buildings could be purchased and converted into suitable accommodation at a much lower cost than what is forecast. An example of the risk I was looking at in terms of debt risk is the Sargent Art Gallery. Initially forecast at $34.4 million, has now got to a $70 million price tag. That's a 104% increase over the space of 8 years. Now, if any of these projects, such as the hotel or the Opera House, has similar blowouts, and when you start taking roofs off buildings, you start to find a lot of bora, these things start to blow up prices. If that happens, then the costs of the hotel and the Opera House could blow up by an extra $80 million, which is not budgeted for. That's if they go up by the same 104%. I acknowledge we didn't pay the full amount for the Opera House, but it is still the art gallery, but it is still a cost. Our current and non-current debt at the moment is part of the audited financial statements, is $135 million. And during the 10-year period, without any blowouts of anything, it's scheduled to rise to $295 million in the year 3031. That's with all just the planned expenditure. And we will be paying in the year 3031 13% of our rate revenue just servicing debt. And that figure will only go up if there are any cost overruns on these projects or any other projects mentioned. Debt can be a good thing if the goal can be achieved with low risk, such as a family buying a house to live in mortgage-free for the future. Debt with a high level of risk associated with areas with it will be doubtful whether the costs can be recovered, such as the Opera House, or whether the planned income streams or returns in the future are crystallised in the case of the hotel. The last couple of graphs I've got there is basically I played around with some of the figures in the financial plan. Non-rate revenue comprises such things as building consent fees, parking, pool fees, other site items. These expenditures are somewhat voluntary. I use that in brackets. To use these, you use these services and pay for them if you do. The direct rates in the plan are for households are expected to rise by 47%. But non-rate revenue is only, that's excluding grants and subsidies, is only expected to rise by 27%. Now, if you play around with that, and that's what some of that graph analysis is, if you increase the non-rate revenue by the same figure that you're increasing council rate by 47%, what that will do is it will generate more money and it will actually leave a reduction in the amount that we need to levy directly off taxpayers. I think the figure there is 82% is what's proposed. I'm proposing that drops to 77%. So we actually need to take less off direct ratepayers. And these people over the age of 65, people who are in the poorer cohorts of our community, are unlikely to be taking development fees. And so therefore they will actually benefit by having a $200 to $300 savings because they don't actually participate in some of these activities that generate fees. If the council's financial policies prohibit fees from one area being applied to general rates revenue, I suggest they be rewritten. The parking parking policy indicates that revenue raised from parking can pay for wages, it can pay for future parking meters, and if there is a surplus, and I believe that is the case, that can be applied to general rate revenues. So this is what I'm saying, if we could just manipulate that, it makes it easier for Wanganui people to do. Briefly, the comments of the library. I went out to the Gonville Cafe Library and the main library and had a look at those and interviewed staff out there as to their usage. And I was going to say, let's cut it down by 1 day a week or close it completely, but I've actually completely changed my mind. They are vital community hubs, And I saw there, it was during the school holidays, people were there. They don't have access to computers at home, so I'm suggesting keeping that one on. Wanganui East Pool. Look, we've had the Central Baths, we've had the Gonville Baths. I think we've got a great centre at the moment. I think we should close the pool. If it's access that needs to be done, perhaps that we could look at some sort of minibus to get people from one side of town to the other. Repertory Theatre, it's old. We don't have, it's probably had its day. I'm not for keeping it. The Aviary is not called council business. Lovely to have. I know the kids enjoy it, and I'm sure a lot of people have submitted that that's a great thing to do, but it's not called council business and it needs to be fixed. The hanging baskets, actually I do think keep them. It detracts from the empty shop fronts and buildings that we see around the town. It puts a bit of colour, and that's what we want our visitors to see. Colour rather than oh, that building's not got anything in it. Glassworks, it will never make a profit, and I just don't believe that we should keep it. We should look at selling it if we can find a buyer, otherwise close it. Winter Garden, I think, is integral to Virginia, so we should keep it. And, yep, I'll rest on that. Any questions or comments people have?
Yeah, excellent submission. Thanks, Stephen. Questions? Councillor Law.
Just to confirm, core council business is the winter gardens and flowers, but it's not the pools and what's the other one you want to close? Aviary.
We're not going to do the pool. The library. The libraries are. They're not. As I say, not core council business, but in terms of the submission, I believe that the library should stay. The hanging gardens should stay, and the winter gardens should. The pool, unfortunately, no. The repertory theatre, no.
Cool. Thank you.
Councillor Baker-Hogan.
Yeah, thank you very much for the submission. Just rephrase maybe that question on the pool.
Yep.
I think, if I'm correct, you're not saying close all our pools, but you believe that you're saying other pools have closed, and sorry, if I'm reading it right, some of our pools have got very old, a lot of cost. Is your submission keep Splash Centre open, and is it to look for to perhaps expand that over to get an open outdoor pool?
No, it's for directly keeping the Splash Centre open. That's a given. We have lost the Central Baths and the Gonville Baths some time ago, and unfortunately, with the age of Wanganui East, it's not there. I'm quite happy to think that you get a shuttle bus to take people if its cost is prohibitive. We want our children to swim. But yeah, I don't think a feasibility study should be undertaken to see whether we need another open air pool in the area. I think it's just a survey that will be sort of self-finding what it's after.
Quick question, did the Davis Library, have you got a view on the one-day closure of the Davis Library?
Yeah, with both libraries. I went to both, keep them both open.
So you went to
7 days a week.
Oh, okay, you went to Haikiki Street?
The ones that were in submissions, the Wanganui East one, and the Gonville one and the main library.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, Stephen. Really appreciate your submission.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Well, we've now got a short break. We reconvene at 10:40 on the dot. So you've actually got 15 minutes. started. Welcome to our guests today, and I'd like to call up Stone Soup. Please to help yourselves take a seat. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, councillors, for hearing us out today. We're here to speak on one thing in the submission and long-term plan, and that's the Gonville Library. The Gonville Library is important to our community. First of all, kia ora. Stone Soup is a neighbourhood recognised by 20 streets, predominantly Gonville and a little bit of Castlecliff. Since 2007, our strategic plan has four goals. First one is safe, connected, locally led and participating. And that is our goal for our community currently. And I'm aware many of you know about us because you work with us, the council work with us to achieve that goal for our community. We do welcome anyone of Whanganui to participate in activities, but we concentrate on building quality relationships with neighbours. We are blessed to have the Gonville Library in our community. The team of staff there are kind, considerate and have the community's heart. We run lots of activities in partnership. We have week-to-week activities. So right now the Gonville Knitters are participating. We've got, as a Stone Soup activity, just bragging, but we've got at least 35 knitters there. We have a board game group that runs afterwards, but not every activity is Stone Soup that happens there. We have book clubs, we have tea and topics, we have a craft group which is a smaller group that has social anxiety. We have children's activities after school. One thing that happens, which is really neat, that I have nothing to do with, but we have a lot of young kids that's their safe place after school, and some of their behaviours is challenging. And so some of the things that the staff have set up there, one of the activities is they have support dogs that come in and the kids need to read at least one book. Many of them read 2-3 books to the support dog before they're allowed on the computers. So there's lots of that sort of stuff. And then there's the reactive stuff. So we've run safety days. We had a lot of community fraud going on. So we did a safety day where we had your civil defence, the Whanganui, our civil defence team, the fire brigade and someone from the Gonville, from the library doing computer fraud. And we did 3 different ways of keeping our people safe. Every activity that Stone Soup runs or supports at the Gonville Library is able to be run free because we don't have to pay rent and our people don't need transportation, so we're breaking barriers. It was meant as a community hub. The numbers of books that are rented out, loaned out, is a byproduct and it's very necessary, but the social impact is astounding. So, Kat's organised a budgeting course, a 10-week budgeting course, because people are turning up and they're hungry. Today I got to drop off some foods that were donated to Stone Soup. We do a free kai table on Tuesday, but if there's leftover fresh produce, we bag it up and we go take it to the library. I'm trying not to fill our time so you can ask important questions, but it is essential for our community. It's a safe place. The staff are really amazing. Lots of people turn up with high needs, and the library are not equipped, and they don't pretend to be. So if they need help, they contact us. They contact Aged Concern. They contact Te o Ranganui. They contact their allies to get alongside these vulnerable people that folks see it as a safe place, and we help meet the needs of our community. Thank you. I'm going to stop talking and answer questions.
Thank you. I'm just going to clarify with staff. The next person is not coming, correct? Julian Emmett is here, but then there's nothing after that as well. Okay, so we have got a little bit more time for questions with this item. So we'll give you a little bit more time.
Oh,
all right?
Thank you so much.
Might as well use our time wisely. And Councillor Melzer.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for speaking to us about all the different ways that the space is used. Really amazing. And thank you so much for everything that you are doing within your community. I just want to ask you why you put in your submission that you would like to close the Davis Library for 1 day a week, but keep the Gomville Library open as it is.
That would be me, because I think that the needs in our community outweigh shutting it at any time. It's a 24/7 thing there, and the more it's open, the safer people are. And for our community, I'm not trying to say that the Davis Library isn't important, but the Davis Library covers a very different geographic and a very different population. And so on that basis, that's why, between a rock and a hard place, I would choose to keep the Gomville Library open.
Right, but to clarify, you would rather close the Davis Library for 1 day a week rather than keep it open 7 days?
Sorry, I should clarify that. I don't want any libraries closed, but given that choice, which one? I don't want anything happening to what's happening to what is necessary in the Gomville Library. So if it means I have to say, well, okay, if you're going to do something here, and you have to, not our library, please.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
And also, just to put in town, all the resources are in town, whereas we use Gomville Library to bring them in. So Age Concern comes and talks to our community. That's the place that they have to talk. If we're in negotiating, having a 1 day with 1 afternoon with WINS, having what do I need to bring with me so I get the right assistance tech, and that will be based in with the community room, but people will use the library to get to it. So whereas, sorry, I'm going to get wordy, but there's less resources in our neighbourhood, and that's where we bring it to.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time to answer questions, so don't be nervous. Councillor Law.
Hello. With your submission, if the Gomville Library was the Gomville Community Centre, open 7 days a week, that happened to have books, would that still meet your needs?
Well, that would be lovely. That would be lovely. But how would that affect? How would that affect the rates in that case? It's running well now. Like when we there are times I have a million ideas at once, or people come to me, and there are times where we go, okay, this is not the right place because it's not a community hub, and it's council property, and that protects the space, and that protects the relationship. Like, I can't think of something, and I don't want to make something up and lie to you, but there are times, like, I navigate how I use that space with it's a council property, I don't understand how that would change the cost of it, to be fair.
I can't reply, but I can email you.
Okay, fantastic.
Councillor Vinson.
Thank you, Alan. As you're aware, the push is on for cost savings, and I know that you are not in favour of any change to Gomville Library.
Correct.
But if there was to be a change, and it was to be a 6 day a week operation rather than a 7 day a week operation, would you have a preference for what day it should be closed?
It is a 6 day.
It is a
6 day. Sunday it's not open.
Sundays, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a 6 day.
And Sundays it's not open, so.
It's currently a 6 day operation.
Okay, so I'll withdraw that because I was under the understanding it was the same as the Davis.
That's fine, Councillor Vinson. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Thanks for submitting and talking with us today. A couple of questions. First question is, can you talk to me about how Gomville kids get on for swimming?
Wow. That's an interesting conversation because we didn't actually submit about the pools, but
you
sure. It is difficult. We used to have the Gomville pools. I grew up, you know me, I grew up there, and we don't have the Gomville pools. We have the Splash. The Splash is actually priced out of a lot of our kids' prices anyway, to be fair, let alone going to Wanganui, so it actually doesn't affect our community because you know, it's the same as football. You know, football's great. My kids did football, but we couldn't get a team at my school because of transportation to Whanganui East on a Saturday when your paydays or Wednesday is out of the park. The Splash is a great resource if you can afford it, but if you've got 4 kids and you're struggling to pay the rent and buy food, swimming is not an option until the summer, and we use the beaches. To be fair.
Thank you. Moving on to the hotel.
Oh, again, not in my submission, but I do have an opinion.
No, you have your submission is that we should seek an operator to develop a hotel. But would you like to talk to us about what you think about it?
Yes, well, I don't know how that looks, but I just know that there is a huge need to expand accommodation for increasingly incoming visitors to our area. And I think it's in the best interest of this community to have enough accommodation, however that's run, and to expand that opportunity, because I was just talking to someone before here and they were saying that they were trying to book something a few months ago in this area and it was all booked out. So I think there is, why this has been raised, there is a real need to look at that from a more logistic and operational sense. Who runs it and how that's operated needs to be looked at very carefully. But my thing is that I certainly know that we do need hotels and accommodation increasingly. Thank you.
We just did a community-led conference and I planned all that. I just didn't plan it well because I planned it open studios weekend and we had people and we couldn't get them accommodation. I think it's exciting. Land's going to go up. The cost of everything's going to continue. If you're creating revenue, which was going to be an ongoing revenue and jobs, I think it's exciting. But I don't know enough to give you any. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. Can I just keep going?
Yes. Sure.
So, what about council doing the development? Because you've actually ticked here that we should seek an operator to develop a hotel, so we shouldn't be doing it ourselves. Do you have a view on? And I mean, that would suggest that you do have a view on whether council should be doing it or not. But do you want to expand on that? I'm
in a juxtaposition over that because whatever is going to work best, But I just think that, if it's privately operated, a lot of the failure successes don't resound on council, and because it's perhaps really early in the stages of trialling, hotels and more accommodation. At this stage, it might be a better idea to begin with to actually get a private operator, but that doesn't mean to say that down the track there can't be other arrangements. It's just a thought for that. I'm not versed in hotel buildings and whatever. I just see a need in this area increasingly of having different options in regards to hotels and accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Baker-Hogan.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Kathy and team, for your great work. Back to the Gonfall Library. I think option 2 was about closing the library for 1 day a week. So if council made the decision to go to that, so it would go from 6 days to 5 days. I guess the question is, is there a day that you think would be preferable? But also, do you think there's an option for members of your community to upskill and actually look after that library, kind of keep it open by volunteers, a little bit more like Castlecliff, I understand, 1 day a week?
Wow, that is an option I haven't really thought about. But the reality of it is that, to be truthful, we're looking for funding. We've just exited a partnership with the DIA. So we've had the pleasure of not having to go back to the grind that we all know with not-for-profit community of applying for funding. So I would hate to promise on the champions, who are all community residents, that we could manage that. We do have 31 regular volunteers for Stone Soup community. We have people, but what we do is when someone says that they want to be a volunteer for the Stone Soup community, we don't fit them into a slot. I go and have coffee with them, because everyone has a dream for their community, and I unpack what that is. And then and then we see how we can empower them to make a difference in our community. So I would struggle to say, yeah, we could find 3. We probably could. We've got a book. There's a book group that goes there, but the staff at the Gonville Library are really well trained. You have good staff, and they have a robust system behind them. They have, like, they reach out to us to support them all the time. If it's out of their bag, they want to do no harm. And I actually think I want to honour the staff, your staff, our staff, and say, I don't think that some of their work could be done by volunteers.
Okay, 2 other quick questions
yep.
from me. One is, if your dream was, is there anything at the Gonville Library you think should be added that would enhance the community, like service or something? I've got another second question. We've got 14 seconds.
Yep.
I would just like to see something happen around, I have talked to Kat about this actually, around the fact that we have a lot of youth, young people that come in, and we have a new policy around truancy, and there's a reason why this group of children are falling through the gaps. And a lot of it's about children learn in different ways, and I have talked to Kat about it, and I'd like to see a youth learning hub complementary to the school curriculum, but in that setting, if it was possible. Just a thought for that, because those children deserve to have an education. We need them to have it, and it's not working for them.
But also, though, Te Kura does work out of all the libraries,
Cool.
which is, there are older young people, but that's their safe place, and they do all the libraries, but you have the older kids, and their parents have to sign them on and stuff like that. Yeah, sorry.
And this last quick,
sorry.
it's real quick. It's
No.
community funding. Do you support the increase of 100,000 to community funding?
Oh, absolutely. I haven't applied for it, though. This isn't me asking you for money, but I may.
Thank you. Excellent submission. It's been fantastic having the extra time to talk with you. So thank you.
Thank you very much for all your support that you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deanna Tweedale? Oh, has she? Oh, sorry. So Deanna is not here. Oh, that's right. Sorry, Julian Emmett. That's right. Sorry, losing the plot. Hello, Julian. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Council, for giving me a chance to speak on an issue that is of concern to me. My main submission is in regards to mobility car parks and the persistent misuse of them that I've witnessed multiple times over my lifetime. I am aware that they are being monitored, but I do wonder, are they being monitored enough? And I was wondering if there was a way that those of us in the disabled community could assist. And one thought I had was, would it be of use if we were to take photographs of any cars that we see illegally parked and not displaying the required permit? Could we forward such photos to the council, and could that be actioned on, with the perpetrators receiving a fine for effectively abusing the system? I certainly see enough of this in the supermarkets and that, but I'm fully aware that the council is not capable of doing anything about that. Is that correct? Yeah.
Just carry on. Yeah.
So I was just wondering, is there really anything else that can be done to further make the public aware that these car parks are necessary. I say this because both of my parents have mobility issues. My father now requires a walker to get around, so exiting a vehicle is quite difficult for him. He now needs to use that to not only aid with his walking, but he needs to be able to sit down as well. And my mother is also now and then requiring a similar, a walker, and having a mobility car park available makes it much easier for them to get out and about and do what they need to do in town. And I'm just wondering, is the council able to do anything about this issue?
Thank you, Julian, and I'm sure council staff will respond to that when they reply to you. Have you got anything else you'd like to say at this point? Otherwise, I'll open the floor to questions.
Well, I do have another issue, but it's not to do with the parking, more to do with footpaths and curbs. Being a mobility scooter user myself. Yeah.
Well, you're welcome to talk about that.
If that's no problem.
Yep.
Because I recently upgraded the scooter I've got. That now enables me to get from Gonville all the way to Aramo Cemetery and back. I have to say, some of those curbs and the footpaths, I wouldn't even think of going in very fast on there at all. But going past residential areas, I wouldn't go fast anyway. But some of the curbs I found going up and down rather bone jarring, and I have honestly wondered how many models of scooters would struggle to get over those, and I wonder how many near accidents people have had while negotiating some of these footpaths and curbs. Can any work be done on those? I can certainly see some areas that do need some attention, but I'm also aware that, well, the council only has so much money it can throw at things. That's the other issue I had to bring up.
Thank you, Julian. Can I just ask, do you belong to an accessibility group or organisation that talks to council about where there are major issues, for example, in the footpaths?
Not that there's like some I belong on Facebook, but if you mean local, I have been involved with the Disabled Persons Assembly and also CCS Disability Action. I have been involved with both of those.
Okay, yeah. But you're not currently involved with any group that would be advocating to council?
Not locally, no.
Would you see that as something that would be beneficial?
I think it would be, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And certainly if members of the local disability community, if we could give our thoughts, and that would certainly be able to point out some areas that need to be addressed.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Councillor Fallon.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Julian, for that. This might sound very anecdotal, but my question is, I know when you want to use a mobility car park, if it's already taken by somebody who's got their disability card on the front panel, that means you've missed out on that site by somebody else who needs it. So the question is, in your experience, because you're out and about, and we know each other, how often do you come across a situation, because you're clearly here on this subject, but how often when you see a vehicle has taken that car park and you check it out and there's no disability card on the front dashboard, how often does that happen to you? Is it infrequent or fairly regular that you come across that?
It's fairly regular.
Yeah, and is there a particular part of town where, and you know other people who use disability vehicles, it stands out. It's an absolute problem area.
Sometimes it'll be the ones in Victoria Avenue. Another area would be in Mariah Place, just outside the Michael Jewellers. Of course, I have also seen with the one outside ANZ, but of course that's their area of concern and not the council's. So, but those are the ones that I do see being misused. Not all the time, but I have to help my dad with his banking, so he'll often look for one of those to park up so that I don't have very far to walk to help do his banking for him. Yeah.
So my last question is just to appreciate the difficulties. When you can't get that mobility park, let's say you need to go to the ANZ,
Yep.
at times, how far away do you need to go in order to secure a car park and then use your support walking aids to get to where you need to be? How often does that occur, and how far do you have to walk sometimes?
Maybe about every third or fourth trip I've made into town
Really?
and required it. And then my dad's had to park elsewhere, and that can be up to half a block away. But it's also the issue of getting in and out of the vehicle that can be a problem as well, because if I haven't got that extra space, then I can't get the door open wide enough, or if I can, then I run the risk of potentially opening the door into another vehicle, and yeah, it can be a bit tricky. There's a few issues there, and although I can walk the distance, well, if I can lessen the distance to walk, well, that makes it easier for me. There's having cerebral palsy means I do use up more energy than most, and well, I can work up a sweat quite easily, and having to walk that extra distance, well, it does make it a bit more tricky. Yeah.
Thank you, Julian.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. These cars that park in the spot, are they the same vehicles each time, do you think, or is it just pretty random?
It can be different vehicles, but a number of vehicles that I've seen that haven't got placards, they're often SUVs or vehicles that would be, for most disabled people, rather difficult to get in and out of. And I know there are some disabled people that can afford such vehicles and are capable of getting in and out of them, but usually that's what I find. Yeah.
And with your suggestion that you photograph these vehicles and send them in, would you not be putting yourself at risk by doing that, do you think?
Well, that is a possibility. I will agree with that. I am part of a Facebook page that people do take photos, and some of the comments I've seen on there, the reactions of some people are indeed very aggressive, but I think those people are relying on that aggression to effectively get away with the crime that they're committing.
Cool.
And just utilising intimidation to impose their will on someone else, and okay, I'm doing it, so what can you do about it? And
Thank you, Julian. Councillor Law.
Have you used or do you know about the council apps for reporting footpath issues? Like Antenna or Sensap Solve?
I think I was made aware of it, but I obviously need some reminding on that.
That's fine, because I was wondering what your experience was on those.
Yep.
And with when you're asking to be able to report people for misuse of parking, which has come up before, you'll be open to everybody being able to do that, wouldn't you? Yeah. Good. Yep.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Julian. You've made a very lucid argument, and thank you for coming to council today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Henry Sands, is that correct? Yep. Is Henry here? Hello, Henry.
How are you, folks?
Nice to see you. We'll just wait for Julian to hop up. Thank you.
stand for too long.
And just leave that on with the red so we can hear you.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Henry. Welcome. The floor is yours. We have your attention.
I have never been to a meeting like this in my life before. It's good to see smiling faces.
Yeah.
And you'll be pleased to know I'm not here with my hand out.
Excellent.
No, I'm just here about parking for us old people. Well, I suppose trying to get my old bones out of bed and get down here and on a Saturday to do our shopping and have breakfast and all that sort of stuff, and you get here at 11:15 and the time's about done, you know what I mean? And as far as putting the fees up, go for it, I reckon, yeah, good on you. You're doing a good job. That's really... And then after we had brunch, as you call it, or breakfast or whatever, we can go to rugby. So I used to play all my rugby here. Love Wanganui, love the rugby. But I don't know where the rugby's heading in these days. But anyway, don't understand the rules much nowadays. But yeah, shopping on Saturdays, we always come down here on a Saturday, very rarely miss. But I don't know about free all day. I could take the time up to maybe midday instead of 11 o'clock. Now I'm just speaking on an old fart, you know. That would be a help. Yeah, I suppose that's really about it. Just anything that'll give us old fellas a little bit more time. The world's going past us old fellas at a hell of a rate nowadays. You blink and it's just about all over. You know, when we used to come down here on the old road service bus with Mum, things are a little bit quicker nowadays. But anyway, no, you're doing a good job. Go for it. Put the fees up. And like the last gentleman here, get onto those buckets that are parking in all their places. Hey, sort them out. It annoys me. I'm a bit broken, but I can still walk 100 metres. I haven't got any disability parking or anything like that, but it annoys me when you see people parked in these places. And those poor buggers have got to walk down the street. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Thank you, Henry.
About all me whinging.
Well, Henry, we'll ask you some questions. I really appreciate you coming in today from Waverley. So parking for you on Saturdays is the thing for you, and obviously you probably have a gold card or something that allows you to park for free up to 11 a.m.
Up to 11, yeah.
And so you're just simply asking, could that be increased till noon on a Saturday?
That would be a help.
Yeah. No,
you know, then we usually just go to rugby, but yeah, I suppose not looking at all day. That would be a help too, but yeah, like I say, we come here for breakfast and do our shopping and that.
Yeah, you could, of course, stay parked if you paid.
Yes.
It's just the free. It's, you know, you're not banned from the street from 11 o'clock.
No,
we haven't got that bad yet.
No, no, it's only a couple of bucks, I know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So it's sort of like a mental barrier, or is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You know, get there at 10:30, and by the time you have your breakfast and whatever, your time is over, and you put money in that damn machine again.
Yes.
But
okay.
you know, it's just.
So a better mechanism. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're doing a good job. Maybe I'm the only one in the country that's worried about it. But,
no, you're not the only one who's submitted on it. So it's really great to have your submission. Councillor Baker Hogan, you have a question.
Thanks, Henry. I'll be honest, it made me look at our policy, and so I'm probably going to try and ask a question, because what I understand is we only provide gold card holders free parking between 8 and 11 Monday to Friday.
That's right.
So,
Oh, yeah.
So when you suggest you come in every Saturday, and so is it free on Saturday, or is it just? We're proposing to change it. Rightio. Okay, thank you. So So
Yeah,
you'd like 8 to 12 on a Saturday, in particular.
Yeah, well, 8's quite early for me.
Right. Yeah. Okay. No, that's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Henry. It's great that you've come in and talked to us. We really appreciate the effort in doing that. And you're not moaning. So it's great for you to be able to express how you're feeling. So if your submission actually says to have free parking on Saturday and Sunday, so I assumed that was all day Saturday, not just to noon. But would you think that would encourage more pensioners to come in town as well? Is that part of your thinking?
Yeah, well, that Sunday part,
It is free.
I don't really know why I put that there. That's.
It's free anyway on a Sunday, so.
Well, it wouldn't matter to me if it wasn't free on Sunday, because we don't often come down here on a Sunday. But all day Saturday, I suppose. I don't. I can't speak for the others, but like I said, we come down here on a Saturday, and we always have breakfast, and then we do our shopping, and if there's rugby on, of course, go to rugby, of course, you know. Yep. But if we're just doing breakfast and shopping, you know, having that parking till midday would be a help. But of course, there's a match on. A bit longer would be good too.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vinson.
Thank you. I don't know whether you realise or not, Henry, but parking used to be free on a Saturday, and the parks were taken up by businesses, staff, and eventually the Retailers Association came to council and said, would you institute parking fees and a policing regime on a Saturday? So would it be, well, you obviously wouldn't be agreeable to you, but if you came in on a Saturday and it was free and there weren't parks available, that would be an equal problem to not paying for the parks as...
Well, that's right.
Yeah. That's the issue.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit like the people that with mobility parks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Know, I don't know how you could police it, or I don't know. It's just a thought. Just something else to throw in the bin, or whatever you do with it, I don't know.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Henry. We'll try and solve the world's problems today. Really appreciate you coming in.
All right.
Many thanks.
Lovely to. I've never sat in a place like this. I've never met people like you.
They're good in Wanganui. They're good in Wanganui.
They're damn good in Wanganui. I lived in South Auckland before.
Oh, lovely. All right. Call to order now. They're getting a rebel. Grant Rogerson. Is Grant here?
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Grant. Thank you for coming in. Now, staff have advised me that you had put in an Official Information Act request at some point, and council had not responded to that in the time frame which they've advised me of. So we do apologise for that, but I understand you have had your answers now.
Yeah, Andrew has managed to get the information through, or the Ombudsman, either, I'm not sure which one. With what I saw in the LTP was a lot of information was absolutely not there. Important financial information regarding a lot of the matters were not shown, and that's why I requested the OIA. So I had the information in front of me. I found that John Maguire's presentation the other day was very forthcoming. He made the same comment that the LTP was very lacking in information to actually make a proper judgment and to make a real decision on what was in the long-term plan. I would have thought a few extra pages in it with a bit more information regarding the financial breakdowns of the proposed cuts to show how the cuts were going to affect it, and that the information there was actually true and correct. There was a few things I found not believable, and I'll discuss those as I go through, but there are major concerns with a lot of those things within the community. From Facebook and social media, there have been lots of comments regarding things. There's been lots of information passed through. Some of it's totally unbelievable. Some of it has actually been believable and based on real experiences. And I know I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of you around here, and I know you've both here at the moment had some very serious conversations with me. And I don't know if I've won or lost, but I enjoy playing whack-a-mole. And I think I've had a good go at years over that one. I'll start first of all with the running costs that were done on question 9 and the Whanganui swimming pool. I grew up in Aramo, and I used to go to the Aramo school swimming pool. We learnt to swim there. I went to Aramo school. In the summer holidays and over the summer period, we would also go to Whanganui East and enjoy it over there. We had the high diving board, we had the low diving board. It was completely part of our lives. We also went swimming in the river, and I'll tell you what, a couple of times we nearly didn't make it back. It's too dangerous in the river. The cost of running the swimming pool in Whanganui East was quoted at $240,000. In that, $109,000 is actually the actual running costs. The wages included in that. The rest of that money is planned maintenance, which is broken down into two numbers, $60,000 and $80,000. Now, from looking at that, that appears to be maintenance costs for this year and for the next financial year. It doesn't say what they're there for, but by the looks of that, that's 2 years worth of maintenance. So we're talking $110,000 true maintenance or true running costs on the swimming pool. It's a great loss. We've lost every other swimming pool in Wanganui. We've lost Aramo swimming pool from the school when that was closed down, or many years ago. We lost Central swimming pool, which I don't know if many of you remember that, but that was a great swimming pool we used to go to as well. Gomble swimming pool, and I also believe there was a swimming pool out at Castlecliff in that area. So we're now down to, you've got to pay a large fee to go to the splash centre, out of reach for a lot of people in Wanganui, and also it's not an outdoor pool, it's an indoor pool. So for a lot of people that's not what they want. They want the experience of a real swimming pool outdoors, and that's where the Wanganui pool has its big advantage. I don't think it should be closed down. I think it needs to be investigated. It needs to be investigated properly, and we need to see if the community is willing to come on board and perhaps offer help in doing the work, which I know the swimming pool has had over many years. There's been a big, strong support from the community to keep the pool running and to have events there. Number two, the repertory theatre. I know it's been offered to be sold to them, and I'm also aware that the council has to do the retaining wall at the back. That has to be done. It's not a job for the repertory theatre to do that. That's a council responsibility. I'll leave that matter there. Then we get on to the aviary. My kids have been through that aviary every time we've been up to the lake. They love it. And that's over 40 odd years. I've known the people who've been operating the aviary over many years. There's a lot of hoo-ha about the cost of running it, but in terms of what was supplied to me the other day, excluding the wages, which I can't believe $150,000 is spent on wages for the aviary. It doesn't have somebody in there every hour of the day managing it, doing maintenance and repairs. It's a short-term operation each day. It will probably only be less than 2 hours a day to do the basic operations in the aviary. The running cost of the aviary on the council's own records is $16,023. So if you shut the aviary, we're going to save about 30 cents a year per person on their rates, not the quoted amount that's been given. This is in the council's own information. Question 19 is about the rural rubbish delivery service or pickup service. Yes, close them. There is 2 alternatives. Low-cost bins and the waste management do rural pickups. I have a bin out where I am at the moment out at Brunswick, and I pay $5 to have the bin emptied. It might be 4 weeks or 6 weeks before I actually fill it up with anything that needs to go out there, because we recycle most stuff out there. Every person in the area who's rural could be supplied with either a small bin or a large bin, and all they need to do is get it to a drop-off point where the rubbish collection truck comes once a week, once a fortnight, once a month, whatever, and pay $5 or $7.50 to have the bin emptied. That would save you the cost of having to pick up those bins, which are bags that are coming in from town, in carloads. Those bags, none of them have got stickers on them, so there's no revenue coming back from those. So that's a solution for the bins in the rural community. Getting on to the main one, the hotel and car park. I find that there is a lot of information that hasn't been passed through regarding the interested party. I've done some research on the interested party, and I note in the council's wording that the Kings and Queens motel chain is the interested party. The Kings and Queens motel chain is a single solitary 34-bedroom hotel that runs in New Plymouth. It is managed by an ex-New Plymouth councillor, and he basically has that whole operation as 34-room hotel with a 12-room conference room, a 12-person conference room. So the operation he's got is a very small-time operation. I don't know how he would be able to fund the move to Whanganui to pay the proposed rental lease that would be on the building if it was done here in Whanganui. I find that very suspicious. If there was interest, it would have to come in from Hyatt, Regency, all those Marriott and all those other large hotel chains that are actually big chains. I was contacted the other day from a hotel operator over in West Australia who had shown interest in coming into Whanganui to set up his hotel chain here, and he did a case study, and this was only a few years ago, and found that it would not have been economical for him to even come over to Whanganui to look at setting up an operation here. He looked at options like buying the Grand Hotel, which is currently up for sale. The land next door would be available to be brought as that is deemed by council earthquake risk, and that could be converted into a car park. There are options in Whanganui, including the Collegiate Motel if the flight training cadets were moved back to Nazareth, which is currently vacant, which I saw very nicely on yesterday's submission or meeting. I think the whole exercise of a $55 million investment by a council to be absolutely dangerous and will cost the ratepayers thousands of dollars over the 10 to 12 years planned before the hotel would make a profit.
Thank you, Grant. You've had 10 minutes.
Yep.
It's gone fast, but you've covered a lot of material and done a really great job.
Yep.
So I want to thank you very much.
No, not a problem. And Andrew will be in touch with me because he's arranged for me to have a meeting with him.
Excellent.
So
very
we
good.
could
Thank you
discuss
for
that
your
with,
passion for Whanganui and your interest.
I've been here all my life pretty much, as a lot of you know. Peter.
Excellent. Thank you
Righty.
so much, Grant.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you. Mike O'Sullivan. Hello, Mike. Welcome to the table.
Thank you. For those that don't know me, I'm a surveyor here, and I've been surveying in Wanganui for 30 years. She's not speaking today, but also want to acknowledge Emma Eplin that's sitting behind me. This is our joint sort of submission on the development levies. Just a general comment to start off with. I think we have to be careful that the introduction of development levies at the levels that are proposed, we've just got to make sure they're consistent with government initiatives to make housing more affordable. We don't disagree that they're required, but question the anticipated growth levels on which this proposal is based. In recent years, we've had a number of new lots created, and this has been significantly influenced by the post-COVID economy, and I do not believe that the same growth will occur going forward. Furthermore, I believe that the population growth in Wanganui is significantly driven by lifestyle choice, and affordable house values is a significant factor in that decision by many people. We have to be very careful that that advantage is not eroded. Down to the policy itself, overall I think there's been a lack of consultation. We're finding on a daily basis that many of our clients are unaware of what is proposed, and I'd include in this especially smaller builders on whom this is going to have a significant impact. The policy we find is difficult to read and use, and again that's not just our opinion, but on a daily basis we're fielding lots of inquiries from clients, and already we've had a lot of email discussions backwards and forwards with council officers seeking clarification, and I might add that depending on who we talk to, we get different interpretations coming back. We're also unclear as to the implication on existing developments that have already been constructed, on which development levies have already been paid, and some of those people have expressed concern to me they don't know what the consequences are going forward when they come to apply for building consent, for example, on those lots. Are they going to have to pay more, or the fact that they've already paid development levies, is that it? There's a line drawn underneath it and that's finished. I believe there's a lack of incentive for innovation. For example, again, if a new lot uses on-site stormwater disposal, or they're pumping sewage out at off-peak times, which is not contributing to the demand and the existing infrastructure, I think that needs to be acknowledged. And again, when we've sought advice or clarification on that, we're getting differing opinions back from council officers. We think that the formula is overly complicated, and as I've said already, it's open to various interpretations, and it's not just related to subdivision either. I think this has significant ramifications for, say, if somebody engages a builder to put an addition onto their house, or they're changing their outdoor living areas to pave surfaces. All those sorts of factors factor into the development levy which is to be calculated. And I believe the implementation of this policy is too early. As I said, it's complex, and I think there is a potential for conflict. Solutions, I think the introduction of the policy should be delayed to facilitate robust engagement around the policy development, including feedback from this submission process. I'd simplify the formula to provide more certainty, but tailored to the subdivision and the degree to which they draw on council services. So again, I'm talking about initiatives such as on-site wastewater disposal, off-peak pumping, etc., etc. The development contributions in our mind should be applied at the building consent stage rather than the subdivision consent stage. Again, innovation that I've already talked about, on-site stormwater, sewage, etc., that's often detailed at the building consent stage rather than at the subdivision consent stage. I think therefore it's there'll be less, now I'm lost for words. It'll be more clear cut about how the levy is to be calculated at the building consent stage rather than at the subdivision. Also, I think it's not a significant cost to developers to have to pay these levies at the subdivision stage, and a subdivision can be completed and titles issued, and it's not unusual for that development to sit there for several years. Now that's a huge ongoing cost to the developers, and I think it's a disincentive for them to be involved, and if it's applied at the building consent stage, again you're implying the levy when the actual demand on council services is realised. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's my summary.
Excellent, concise and to the point. Thank you. Do we have questions? Councillor Vincent.
I'm Jenny Duncan, according to this.
Oh, no, I'm just looking at you. I
Yeah,
do know what
okay.
you look like. You're slightly different from Jenny.
Thanks, Mike. Just talking about either the consent stage or the development or the subdivision stage. Now, wouldn't a purchaser of a section want to know what the real cost is going to be at that stage they make the purchase? In other words, how would you be able to apply that retributively? Is that the word? Retrospectively, to the person that's buying the land and then engaging a builder.
Well, I think ultimately whoever builds the house, they're either paying the development levy up front from the developer who's going to add a margin onto the land price initially, or they're going to pay it at the building consent stage. So I think this leads to the ambiguity. If it's paid at the subdivision stage, it assumes a unit level of demand on council services. So when you come to actually build a house, it's my understanding later on that you've got to analyse what's already been paid and whether the actual house that's built is compliant or agrees with that assumed level of service at the time of subdivision, then that levy will be adjusted accordingly. So yeah, I just think it's clearer and cleaner if it's charged at that building stage, so that there's absolutely no question as to what unit of demand is being created.
Okay, and just one other question, please. You are experienced with other councils as well in your profession, and so is there anything uncommon about a development contributions policy as this council is proposing to institute?
Look, to be honest, our experience with other councils is limited to basically to South Taranaki or Rangatiki mostly, but 90% of our work's carried out in Wanganui.
Yeah.
So, yeah, levies are not something we deal with at those councils at this stage, but yeah, wider than that, I couldn't really comment.
Thank you. Councillor Kate.
Thanks, Mike. Great submission. And I was going to ask you about your experience of other councils, but you've answered that, so thank you. This list of bullet points that you've got about things that need attention, in your view, would you say that is an exhaustive list of what you think needs attention? Or is there, since you've written this, is there other things?
Look, there could be other things. I wouldn't say necessarily exhaustive, but that would be the main points. It's only a month, the day before, I think it was, before this was put out to public submission, there was a developers meeting which some of the development community went to, and that's where we were presented with the policy in a PowerPoint. So really we sat down over the next day or two after that and put that together. Over that time, we've had a lot more discussions with both council officers and clients. So, if we sat down and wrote that again now, it might change a little bit, but I think basically that's the crux of it. But again, as I say, if the implementation of this was delayed, that would give us all a bit more time to sit down round the table with the development community council and just sort of, fine-tune it.
Yep. Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent submission, Mike. Thank you for putting the time and effort into it. I know it takes time out of your own business, but very good submission. Thank you.
Thank you. It was good to be here.
Thank you. Lovely. Right, now. Kelly?
Oh, Kelly Bartlett by Zoom.
Yep.
Thank you.
We just have to wait for her to pop up.
Hello, Don and Kelly. Can you hear me? You must be on mute if you unmute yourselves.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, excellent. Hello, Don.
Right. Yeah.
You're very welcome today. We can hear you all right. You've got 15 minutes, and that would include any question time, so the floor is yours.
Well, it's over to Kelly. Kelly, can you hear us?
Kelly, can you hear us? Oh, we can't hear you. This might be still loading her up.
Well, look, I have Kelly's presentation before me. The two of us worked on it. Can I do her presentation?
Absolutely.
On her behalf? I shall be Kelly for the next 4 minutes.
Welcome, Kelly. Don Kelly, you're looking great.
Yes, split personalities.
Your slideshow is on our big screen, so your
Perfect.
floor is yours.
Okay. Kia ora, Mr. Mayor, councillors and members of the public. My name is Kelly Bartlett, and I thank you for the opportunity to present my submission. I have with me today Don Richards, the National Spokesperson for Positive Money New Zealand, who will help me answer any questions you may have. I am a resident of Whanganui and an early childhood teacher, and I'm concerned at the financial burden the council will be facing in the next 10 years or so. Whanganui District Council is approaching a financial hole, some of it not of its making, as more and more calls are made for spending on essential infrastructure. Services may have to be cut or projects delayed, and rates are already becoming unreasonable. The only option appears to be to take on more unaffordable debt. Under the current government's replacement for Three Waters, local water done well, there is a looming financial burden for councils due to the cost of new water services and repairs and upgrades for water infrastructure. The local water done well document does, however, state that it will be up to councils to decide what model they opt to achieve their financial sustainability. We say the solution I am presenting today will achieve the requirements of local water done well, but does not include unaffordable debt. We propose using two trusted existing independent entities, the Infrastructure Commission or a body similar to that, such as the Crown Infrastructure Partners and the Reserve Bank. Councils would submit water infrastructure projects to the Infrastructure Commission. So this is item 1 on the slide. The item 1 is on the bottom left-hand corner of the presentation. The Commission would review the projects and submit a 10-year water infrastructure plan along with funding needs to Parliament. So this is item 2 on the slide. Parliament would accept or modify the funding recommendations and authorise a 10-year water bond facility. Say, for example, $20 billion, which is item 3. The local government funding agency would issue very low interest water bonds on behalf of councils and CCOs for their approved financial terms, timings, etc., which will be set in consultation with the Reserve Bank. We expect the interest rate to be less than half of the current wholesale rate. So that's item 4. The Reserve Bank would purchase the water bonds issued by the LGFA during this 10-year period on behalf of councils and water CCOs. Funding would be ring-fenced for specific projects, and unlike traditional government bonds, repayment would come from councils and not the taxpayers. Councils would repay their portion of the funding plus interest, and that money would be accumulated and repaid to the Reserve Bank by the local government funding authority on the bond's maturity. Councils and CCOs would retain the ability to raise finance from other sources to top up shortfalls in funding or funds rejected projects. Now, there are benefits from the proposed model. It provides long-term certainty for projects and funding. It retains local ownership and control of the water assets. It delivers public funding at little cost to taxpayers while protecting them from the credit risk. And it provides a mechanism to use the public funding contribution to boost finances available from private sources. Now, while I urge Council to consider our funding model, we're also seeking industry support for our proposal with other territorial and regional councils, Local Government New Zealand, the Local Government Funding Agency, the Infrastructure Commission, and Water New Zealand. And we've also approached the Department of Internal Affairs. So thank you for your time. And are there any questions?
Thank you. Very concisely put. Thanks, Don. Is Keely online now? No.
I've just received a text. Hold on, please.
Yeah.
No, I haven't. That wasn't from her. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Well, you've done a very good job, Don. Can I just ask you, what organisation are you with again?
Positive Money New Zealand. We're a body that stands for reforming the way our money is created and used. We are part of an international organisation, Positive Money UK, and they also have an operation in Europe and in the United States. And we're looking at providing money that is affordable and is used for infrastructure rather than pushing up the cost of housing.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Chandelel Mackay.
Thanks, Don, for the presentation. Just a couple of questions around the structure. So your proposal is that Parliament would be following a recommendation from the Infrastructure Commission, would be reviewing 70 odd water infrastructure delivery plans and approving them. Is that correct?
No, the Infrastructure Commission would bundle up the projects, and then those bundled up projects would be submitted to Parliament. There may be 70, but I wouldn't think there would be. There'd be a lot of common projects, such as working on fixing the pipes, etc. So I would think that those plans would be accumulated into a more discrete number.
Okay, but ultimately, though, Parliament would then have to approve whatever that recommendation was. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
And the other thing I wanted to clarify was under this scenario, who ultimately is the guarantor of the debt?
Government is very, very cautious of guaranteeing anything, but as the Reserve Bank is purchasing the bonds from the local government funding authority, the LGFA may well be the body that, because it issues the bond, they would be responsible for the bonds. But because it's issuing it to the Reserve Bank, the chances of the Reserve Bank falling over would be low.
Okay, and then every individual council under this scenario is still responsible for their portion of it, or is it more amalgamated? Okay.
Correct. They would then draw down from that fund based on the approved projects.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Don. We have a question from Councillor Law.
Hey, Don. I just want to clarify something you said. You said half the wholesale rate, and just want to make sure that was accurate. So half of 5.5%.
We would expect it to be less than that, simply because the Reserve Bank is not in the business of creating profit from the funds that it issues. And it did during the asset purchase program buy $4 billion of LGFA bonds. And so the Reserve Bank does have the capacity to issue very low interest provide funds at very low interest.
And just walk me through the difference between Wanganui District Council issuing our own financial bonds, which we can issue at 1% if we wanted to, and central government doing that. What would be the advantages? Because I've noticed LGFA already has significant bonds issued across multiple regions already. So what's the learnings you found from that?
Well, the LGFA has pretty rigid controls over how much it can lend to any particular council. So it can only really lend up to 3% of the rating income to any one council. So from my figures, council is currently at 150% of rates income. So there is some slack in the plan to actually get an equivalent amount from the LGFA, but their current interest rates are 4.5%, and our proposal is significantly less than that. But listen, if council can issue bonds at 1%, then great. I would encourage you to do that. It's just who would take up the bonds, and would you have sufficient bond capacity to fund your water infrastructure?
Yeah, that's where I was going with it, is what's the advantages? Is it the significant capital behind the Royal Bank of New Zealand? Cool, it's a good thought, thank you.
Councillor Vincent, you have a question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. With you're basically talking about a lower cost of borrowing here, and I think we all agree that if we could achieve that as a council, we would want that. But we don't have much choice in that. What we have choice in is our own LTP, which we're talking about today, and the infrastructure that we've got planned. And this council has planned for an extra $10 million per annum over the next 10 years. And that is covering all our particular costs. So why, sure, we'd like to reduce the borrowing cost, but why would we be encouraged to link up with other councils who aren't in that position and cross-subsidise other councils? Because that's what effectively we would be doing. They haven't got their acts together, we have.
Well, look, if you consider there is no call for what we are proposing, then sure, please go your own way. The approach we're using is New Zealand-wide, and there are councils that are not in your position. There are councils that are in a better position than you are. But this is more for New Zealand and a way forward for funding of large asset programs, large infrastructure projects. If you are comfortable with your interest rates that you can get on your lending, then please go for it. This is really for those councils who are looking for an option other than the CCOs and having to borrow on the open market, because the LGFA has a double A plus ranking, and I think Watercare Services has a triple B rating. So they're going to have to borrow significantly at levels significantly higher than what the LGFA can provide. And so if you can do it at a better rate than that, then that's great.
Thank you very much, Don. That's, we are finished for the morning. We really appreciate your being online to be able to present to us. I see there's a very good website with Positive Money New Zealand, which probably explains it further, and I see a photo of you there on the top page. So thanks for your time today and your passion, and that's it. Thank you.
Look, just one question. Would we be able to get a copy of the recording? I noticed that it has been recorded.
Copy of the what?
A copy of the recording.
The copy of the report.
No, the recording of this of my presentation. Yes.
Oh, we have. This is all on Facebook. This is live streamed on Facebook, so you can go and watch yourself today.
Perfect.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Don.
Bye.
Thank you. So thank you, folks. We'll close that part of the public part of the session and resume at 1 o'clock sharp. So thank you, everybody. Can we go?
submitters. Really appreciate you being here. And I'll call Lance Attrell to the table straight away. Thanks, Lance. It's not on. Can you try it? No. Are they dead?
That one.
Okay. Thanks, Philippa. You make a good
PA?
Good
you
PA.
reckon? You know?
Thank you. Lance, the floor is yours. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good afternoon, and thank you to all the councillors for letting me speak today on the development contribution policy. There are three main points of this, and the first one is that when you read into the new policy, it is not clear, it is ambiguous, we can't work out things. We've tried to go through to the 160 metres, what counts for stormwater and all that. It's just impossible. We need to have a policy that is easy to read. Second thing is the consultation process. It was very poor. It was not advertised to everyone, because in this policy it reflects on everyone. It reflects on the developer, the builder and the owner, and those people don't know really what's happening, so they're going to be charged a fee under this policy that they don't know anything about. Everyone needs to know. We need to get a better consultation process on this. The main thing that I want to talk about today is the growth figures. Now, it's been exaggerated, and I want to prove today that those figures that they've put forward are not right. They're saying, the council is saying that we need to increase 1,160 sections per year. Okay, if I go to where Wanganui is at the moment, we look at this graph here from figures.New Zealand, and it shows that our birth rates have all come down. So we're on a downhill slide. It also shows that our school kids have gone, in the last 20 years, they've gone from 9,600 to 8,000. So there's only 1,700 kids at school. So that means we're on the downhill slide at the moment. This graph here that I've got in front of me shows the whole thing. If in 1997 to 2023 we increased 2,900 people, that's in 27 years, and our sections would have been is about 450 sections per year. We're predicted under this graph that we're going to increase to 2,048 by another 2,500 people in 25. And that's about 1,470 sections per 10 years. The council have told us that we're going to go to 1,160. I do not believe it. We've not got a university here. We're not going to grow to that. And this development policy is all done on growth. If we have a look at this graph here, this one here, and we see, and I've got some copies to pass around, we see the green graph going up there like that. Now that green graph is the 65 plus. Okay, so our old age is going up like that, and our births are going down like that. Our average age is 41.8. That's our average age at the moment. So say 42. If we get to 44, we'll be in the same boat as Japan is. And you've just been reading about Japan, that their population growth is just on a downhill spiral. They're going to have 9 million houses open and no one in them. They're going to be and they're going to have 15 million houses with nobody in. We're little old Wanganui. Our old age is going up and our birth is going down. So why did we do a development contribution that relies on growth? I don't think there's going to be much growth at all. You have to do a 30-year section national policy statement. Okay, so we have to have 30 sections ahead of ourselves. At the graphs that I've got now and what's been done in the past, we need it at 450 times 3, 450 per 10 years times 3, we'd need 1,300 sections. We've done that. We did that in the Springvale urban design, and we've done it at Odomatea. We've got 1,300. If you go by the figure that you guys have put forward on us of 1160, you're going to have to get 3,500 section ahead of us. Then we're going to be in big trouble. And it doesn't say that people are coming. So we do need to, the figures have been exaggerated for the cost of the thing. Also, it doesn't say any relationship to the development contribution policy that we have today, because in that, the money went to the development that we pay, and we're in that already. So if you want to get that money and you want to spread it around the town, that's okay, but you need to work out which way you want to do it. The problem has been in the wastewater. The wastewater, we've been told, it's got infiltration in it. Why? We've paid, over the years, we've paid for that to have a wastewater system going, you know, and you can't tell me it wasn't designed back in 1996 to survive us. It's meant to be for 200,000 people, and yet we're still having problems with it, and the public don't know about that yet. Examples, old people are going to, if this development policy goes through, they're going to lose money. They're going to devalue their property overnight. They're going to could lose 20,000, 35,000 overnight. And then for the poor person that we charge, because the developer will put this charge on, one of it's $30,000. If that policy, if we add, say, interest onto that because we've got to pay it, it'll be 35. So he has to go to the bank and borrow $35,000. You've just committed that person over 25 years to pay $90,000. In summary, the growth rates aren't right. They need to be sorted out. The consultation needs to be more consultation. It is hard to read. Wanganui is a town where I attribute, as I said before, we haven't got a university, we haven't got this driving it, we've got affordable housing. And if we make that affordable housing dear, we will not get people come, and that graph will be right. In 2038, we'll be on a downhill slide. In my view, we need more investigation of this. In my submission, I said I'm willing to help and help in any way I can to get a good development policy.
Thanks, Lance. Really appreciate your submission. Very good. Have we got any questions? Councillor Kate.
Thank you, Lance. Now, thanks for the submission. You haven't sort of touched on this, what my question is going to be, but could you have a think about and tell me what would incentivise you as a developer to do infill housing rather than new developments?
What would incentivise? We haven't done much infill. We've all done green built. So we've bought land and we're earth movers and stuff like that and builders. So infill, we haven't really done a lot of infill. I like infill. What I was trying to get to is there is a development contribution way of doing it. It just needs to be more like standard. And like I understand that the council needs money. We're prepared. I'm paying development contributions now, so I'm a little bit in the middle of this. I believe everyone should pay development contributions. It should be a fair one payment, or and there are little fit ups and downs, but this one payment should be done. It should be done at building consent stage too, because if a developer is going to do 40 sections, that might turn it off. That might turn that 40 section development off, which means it won't happen. But if it's done at building consent stage, it will happen, and the council will be getting rates for those. So, and they'll still get their money back at building consent stage.
Thank you. I'll ask another question. Have we got a bit of time? Oh, yeah. I hear your preference that you would prefer that development contributions are at consent stage rather than subdivision. Do you think there could be a case for splitting it between a subdivision and at consent?
Yes, I do. I think that, you know, like there's solutions. You need to get some people with some brains around the table and get a group like you could have the developer paying something. You could have you could also, if it was a tricky subdivision and you needed more money, you could do targeted rates. and targeted rates can be done over 15 years just to help that subdivision get through. So targeted rates is not, no one's been talking about targeted rates for a little while and then it comes off, but it all helps in getting the solution done. So yes, I do believe that working together we could get it done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lance. Really appreciate your submission.
Okay, thank
you. Could I, Anthony O'Leary, please? Thanks, Anthony. Welcome, and your time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Council's proposing to increase the amount of development contributions collected to pay for growth-related infrastructure and offset the burden of rates, which is a statement that I copied from the council. Now, the first part of that statement makes some sense. We want to find some revenue to pay for services in other areas, right? The second part, maybe not so in my opinion. I don't think there's much of a case in terms of levies and the long-term plan documentation or anything that could be said to actually convince the public in this town that the burden of rates will be offset. We're not seeing rates go down. In fact, they are going up and will likely to continue to do so at a decent rate. And to compare with our neighbouring districts, we are either at or very close to the top of having the most expensive rates. So the council is proposing to extend the development contributions policy to the whole of the Whanganui district, and as well as proposing to move from a more site-based demand to an occupancy-based demand model. Extending and increasing the amount of levies payable is likely to impact on growth in these areas and in all areas. The impact will likely be negative. We are in a downturn in building and construction and development nationally. The national government is wanting to make housing cheaper and more affordable. And that goes for our previous Labor government and our current national government. So no matter which side of the fence you're on, that's what the people that elected the government have got in play. But the council's proposed policy in many ways goes against this thinking. Using data based on projected growth numbers, I guess is inconsistent and doesn't necessarily align with the proposed fees. Using skewed numbers to project new home growth, it's a good way to gauge what your revenue is going to look like, but at the same time we risk penalising good hard-working people of this town where they've worked hard for their 100-year-old home and they're going to be penalised for wanting to add a bedroom on or potentially build a larger home. And I guess the number of bedrooms doesn't necessarily equate to occupancy, no matter which way you look at it. There's plenty of data and evidence to support that across any demographic or income level. So I guess you could have an 8-bedroom home with 3 people living in it, or you could have a 3-bedroom home and 8 people living in it. The council's document doesn't really take any of this into account, to the best of my knowledge, in terms of their development contributions policy. The document's hard to understand, it's ambiguous, and I guess if some of the proposed fees are not simply a building occupancy tax, it certainly looks that way, depending on how you read at it, and that's what the council's got put down. As we've heard before, but the general public are nowhere near fully aware of just how heavily this document and the proposed changes will affect them. There has been a bare minimum, call it a bare minimum, there has been some public consultation, but I don't think it's been enough to justify and call it an appropriate level of communication on these changes to our town and the ratepayers. The calculation system proposed is clunky, it's hard to understand, it's open to interpretation, and I believe the council is aware of this to some extent. We were told in open forum that if a newly developed site, for example, was not using or affecting or impacting on a specific infrastructure asset or service, then that part of the levy would not be applied or required to be paid. And yet in subsequent dialogue, using specific examples with council recently, we did not get consistent answers verifying this. Now, any documentation is open to interpretation. Sure, that's inevitable. It's hard to avoid. I work in consenting for building and development and compliance, and questions and answers are given on both sides, and and there's some variation, and that's normal. However, if that interpretation and that inconsistency is going to equate to a fee, and not a small fee, it's not a small cost, on a sum of money that Joe Public are going to have to pay for a specific project, then I don't think that's good enough. I think it needs to be clearer and a lot more transparent than it is. And on top of that, I guess with that in mind, there's risk to the council in that. If there's interpretation, ambiguity relating to costs, relating to dollars and cents, then we're all in the firing line and we're all at risk. So there's been suggestions of working groups and committees to be set up with the public, with public input, to work through the documents, to simplify the proposed fee structure, to make it easier for everyone to understand. It would therefore be more transparent and simple in terms of applying any fees, which we believe are, inevitably going to have to come in at some stage. It'll take some time, and I think we need to take some time. It will ease the burden on the public, or ease the burden on everybody, but it will give the public more confidence in what the council's actually trying to achieve. So in my opinion, at the very least, that needs to happen before any major changes to development contributions goes ahead in any way, shape or form. Thank you. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anthony. Very well put. Very succinct points, and we do appreciate you coming here today. Councillor Chandelal Mackay has some questions.
Thanks, Anthony. I just want to pick up on your point around, you said you disagreed with the occupancy-based assessment for residential developments. Do you have an alternative in mind, or are you suggesting that we stick to the current policy in terms of how that's currently laid out?
I definitely think that, from what I've seen, a complicated calculation method is a recipe for disaster, and without having anything too specific in mind, something much simpler, a tiered system, one or two, one ideally, but 1 or 2 or 3 basic fees. So you can say, hey, sweet, X is this, Y is that, that's my levy, and you know that before you start. You're not going to have to go through a complicated formula that the next person in the council office may have a differing opinion on when your titles are issued and when it actually comes time to pay the money, or at consenting stage when you don't know what's going to happen and the end user isn't going to know what they're up for. So just a much simpler system of either one or a simple tiered, very transparent, easy to understand system.
So area and site-based rather than occupancy in summary?
Yes, that's my preference.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, excuse me, is mine coming up on your screen?
I'm not looking at the screen, I'm looking for the light, so don't worry.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you. Thank you. Anthony, your company is a member of the Stonewood franchise. Have you spoken to other Stonewood franchisees across New Zealand about development contributions? And does the system proposed for Wanganui vary in any way from what other councils charge? Because nearly everyone does, almost.
Nearly not all. I've spoken to my head office more so, not so much the my neighbouring franchise network. So I'm not 100% in the loop with what other councils do, other than I know that they have them. But I don't know how fast they're introduced or when they're introduced. But yeah, I know they're out there, and I know they're, I guess, inevitable here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions, Anthony. Thank you so much. Matt Perks. We can pass those around, Matt, for you.
Thank you.
Hi, Matt. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Matt Perks. I'm a builder and developer here in Wanganui, and I'm here to discuss the current development contributions policy, which I believe is both confusing and unfair in its current form. While I do agree that development contributions are necessary and vital for Wanganui to help with issues like the wastewater capacity issue that we face in Wanganui, the current calculation method based on household equivalent units, HUE, needs reconsideration. For those who don't understand what a HUI is, a household equivalent unit, HUI, is a measure used to estimate the demand a residential property places on local infrastructure and services. Essentially, it represents the average impact or load of a standard residential household on utilities such as water, wastewater, stormwater, and transportation. Before I illustrate my concerns, I have 3 examples in front of you. Which do you believe will put the most capacity on the wastewater system in Wanganui? I'll wait for them to go around. So have a look. On the 3 examples you got in front of you, which do you believe would put the most amount of capacity on the wastewater system in Wanganui?
Do we get a chocolate fish for getting it right?
Well, if you like.
Is that a rhetorical question?
It is a rhetorical question. I just thought I'd let everyone look.
Thank you for... You've let us ponder. Our councillors finished pondering the quiz. Right,
Cool.
Continue.
I think we could all agree. The middle one, 3 units would be the most. The duplex or main and minor dwelling would be second. And the front page being a standard family home would be the least amount of capacity on the wastewater. Based on the calculations that are in the policy, they classify each development as the following.
Sorry, just a minute. Councillors, could I have your attention back on the speaker? I know the plans look fantastic and everybody wants to now build a new home, but please, we want to have eyes on you. So thank you to continue.
No, that's good. So, based on the calculations that are in the policy, they classify each development as the following. The front page, 1.5 HUI. The second page, 1.5 HUI. The last page, 1 HUI. I propose 2 main changes to the policy. A $10,000 flat fee per new unit. This would provide a clearer and more predictable cost to developers and home buyers. Secondly, shifting the timing of the payment to the building consent stage instead of at the subdivision stage. The current policy requires payment to be prior title being issued, but at this point it is often unclear what type of dwelling will be built. I'll give you an example. An example of this would be if I were to buy 400 square metres off Lance and I were to build a 4-bedroom main dwelling house with an attached 2-bedroom minor dwelling house which requires no resource consent, this would be classed as 1.5 HUI. And the developer would have already paid 1 HUI. Who is going to monitor that extra 0.5 HUI? A second example would be if I were to build a 2-bedroom home for a small family, that would be 0.5 HUI. Who would get the refund? The developer, the home buyer? Who's going to monitor this? This is why if we went to a $10,000 flat fee per dwelling payable at the building consent stage, it would be very clear and simple, not only for the council, but for developers and home buyers. I want to conclude with this to demonstrate how confusing this policy really is. I had a meeting with the head policy planner using the exact example on page 2, the 3 units, to get further clarity. After a 1-hour discussion, we came to the conclusion that it is 1.5 HUI. I then followed up with an email to confirm this. The response I got was not simple. The response was, if you apply for the 3 units as a land use consent, which means keeping all 3 units on one title, it would be 1.5 HUI. If you apply for all 3 units to be on their own individual titles, it would be 3 HUI. How can it be that if we are basing this entire policy on demand of each unit, but then there is a simple loophole in the policy and it's about subdivision, which is just some lines on a piece of paper and have nothing to do with the actual dwellings themselves, make any sense? The cost of 1.5 HUI is $17,029.20, but 3 HUI is $34,058. This is a massive difference in cost. How are we meant to not only have certainty as builders, but provide clients accurate costings if such loopholes exist in the policy? I really hope to see some changes made to the policy and have it much more simpler, a format that we can all understand. Thank you for your time. I'm open to questions.
Excellent submission. Thank you for the time you've put into that. You made a lot of sense and brought it to life for us. So
My pleasure.
excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Michael Law.
So just to clarify, you want us to charge more for option 3. That's what I'm getting, right?
Yeah, so it's option 2. And so what's interesting, the 3 units.
Yeah, it was a minor joke that you want me to increase the price to option 3. Now, my real question actually is how, no one got my joke there, sorry. How do we give an advantage to 1 2-bedrooms if we have a flat fee?
Well, what do you mean by advantage?
We have a demand for 1 2-bedrooms, but we have less being built. So how do we give an infill advantage to building 1 and 2 bedrooms with 0.5 HUI? So that's our kind of our solution, 0.5 HUI for 1 to 2 bedrooms.
Yeah.
How would you do that?
It makes sense that what you've gone with there, but then you've got to remember off-peak pumping's a thing with infill housing. I'm not sure if anyone's tried to do an infill housing development here. It's very difficult. So you're then requiring off-peak pumping, which makes it more expensive. An off-peak pump roughly costs me about $10,000 per unit. So going as a 0.5 doesn't really give me that much of an incentive versus doing a greenfill anyway.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Councillor Joblin.
Thank you. Thanks very much, and really appreciate the examples, and would welcome it if you had other examples of where you saw inconsistencies. My question's around infill, and you've just identified, I think, an example where infill housing is not incentivised.
Yep.
Can you talk to us about any other incentives?
Yeah, so interesting. So based on the HUI that we're calculating, someone will fact check me here, it's about $3,300 for 1 HUI is your stormwater that you're paying. Now, let's say infill's normally back sections. An example of that unit, that's going to be back sections. I can pay my drain layer to go into soak pits, but I'm still going to then have to pay on my HUI for stormwater to the network that I'm not actually using. So if you were to look at trying to come up with an incentive, that 3,500, 3,200, whatever the number is, could be removed if I'm able to do things like on-site attenuation and things like that for my stormwater, and then bringing the cost down and would give me incentive to not go into our system.
Okay, cool.
I also want to clarify, it's interesting, that second development page, that's actually a personal development I'm doing and hanging on to those projects. And under the current system, if 1.5 HUI actually works for me as a developer better, because I'd only have to pay $17,000. But I would rather pay more money, like $10,000 per unit, just to have clarity and make sure we're all on the same, just even level playing field. So I thought I'd just mention that as well.
Kate, did you have another question?
Yeah, no, interesting.
Thank you. So the council does want infill housing. Is there anything else that you can think of that would encourage that, or should the council not try and manipulate the market?
Don't try and manipulate the market. I understand you guys want infill housing, but when we go ahead and put submissions in for infill housing, the knockbacks, the rejections, it's so complicated and hard and difficult. And honestly, it depends who is assessing your resource consent as to what they're looking at. Mm-hmm. So there are so many inconsistency, and it's hard for understand for you guys, because you go, yep, we want infill, but unless you guys were the ones approving these plans, it's so inconsistent for us, and it's really, really difficult.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Matt. Right, David Hughes. Oh, yeah, we're out of town now anyway. 33 seconds. Sorry, Rob, I don't mean to miss you, but we're running, but my apology if I have. I'll make sure that you're the first one up next time, Rob. Hello, David.
David Hughes from Maxwell. What we would like to see this council do is upgrade Hanley Road.
Hanley Road?
Yes. Hanley Road is a bypass when State Highway 3 goes out. And I've led to believe the police have asked the council many a times to upgrade it. Because you can guarantee the put it through as a bypass, the truck gets in the back there and the truck can't get through there because it gets stuck on the hill, so it blocks both roads. And, you know, it's not really a suited road to put a bypass through. So this is why we'd like the council to do something about it.
Thank you. Very good. I'm just, we've only, you've got plenty of time. Would you like to talk a little bit any more about it?
Well, there's not a heck of a lot we could say, really.
No. You've lived there for quite a long time?
We've lived in Maxwell all our life, virtually.
I'm just looking it up on my
There's
maps.
only a short section from, well, it goes across the one-way bridge at Kaiwi and up to the top of the hill there, it's tar sealed. And then it goes metal from there right through to the Maxwell Station Road that's metalled all the way through there, and that's where they get stuck.
Okay. Okay, well, look, that's straightforward. We'll put that in the mix and we'll ask staff to respond to that and we'll see where we go on it.
Yes, it'd be nice if someone could do something about it, because I know the police, we've been told by the police that the police have asked the council to upgrade it for quite some time. This is what it's been knocked out 4 times within 12 months that
Wow.
we've had to go through there.
Okay.
Question.
Okay. David, look, thank you very much. We've got a question from Charlie Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. Just my memory serves me correctly, the piece you're talking about, is that the really steep bit coming up onto the top of the hill into Kaiwi?
No, the steep bit that they get stuck on is from the Okihu Bridge up to the Station Road.
Got it.
In other words, it goes up and then you go to the Okatoka Beach.
Right.
That is the main piece where the trucks get stuck going in there.
When you say they get stuck, they've got lack of traction, or is it too steep for them?
The big trucks can't go on a gravelled road like that and pull the loads through there.
Right.
Because they can't get traction on it.
Cool.
I know they upgraded the road and widened it a wee bit quite some time ago, but there's nothing been done about the tar seal, and that's been a metal road for years.
Can I ask what are the main kind of trucks that are using this road?
Well, it's just whatever goes up State Highway 3. When State Highway 3 gets blocked off,
Yeah.
they bypass it.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
according to, we belong to a group that does works with SAR, and he reckons really they shouldn't be putting anyone up that road because it's an inferior road.
Thank you.
Councillor Kate.
Thanks, David, for your submission. Is it the width of the road and the fact that it's not sealed, or...?
Well, it's not so much the width, because you've got Rapanui Road, which I know you're looking at widening that out, which as far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of money. But, you know, they can go down Rapanui Road, that's no problem, but when they get to this metalled piece, a lot of cars either wipe out or they get stuck in there.
Right. And it's because it's metal and not
Yeah,
sealed.
metalled. Actually, the piece up off the Okihu Bridge up to the Okatoka beach turn-off, that's fairly steep. And the big trucks, they try to keep the big trucks out of it, but unfortunately somehow they get through there and get stuck.
Right.
And then they've got a major job getting rid of them.
I'm going to show my ignorance here. Is that so? When there is a blockage on the state highway and traffic is diverted west, which is what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do they divert traffic east as well, or?
Yeah, the traffic, they go both ways through there.
Yeah.
But I'm led to believe what they do is that when they get up there's 2 one-way bridges on the place, and there's people up there controls the traffic coming either way. They let them run for so long one way and then stop them and then run them so much the other way.
Right.
It works very well, but unfortunately the road's inferior to run as a bypass.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. We really appreciate you come and talk to us, and you'll get a response from... Oh, sorry, Michael.
That's all right. Just a
trying
quick
to
question. When you say they divert them, is this a Google Maps redirection, or is someone physically telling them to use this route?
What's that?
It's physically being used. Okay. Because it looks like the Maxwell Station Road, they could turn off before the junction with the bridges, but they're pushing them all the way down that road instead?
They turn off at Maxwell for the station road.
Oh, they do? Okay. So,
Yeah.
But you mentioned that the bridge before you go down to the beach. That's the main issue, but it's actually the whole strip.
No, you've got the bridge that you come up the hill from the Kaiwi beach, and then you go down the hill, and you've got a one-way bridge there.
Yep.
That's all tar sealed through there.
Mhm.
And then it's the next bridge where it goes over the Okihu stream.
You've already turned off by then?
No.
Okay, that's fine. That makes sense to me now.
Yeah. And then it goes up the hill to the Okitoka Beach and Maxwell Station Road.
Cool. But it's someone physically directing them that direction. This is not a Google Maps issue.
They have to do something to control the traffic going through the one-way roads, the one-way bridges. They don't need to worry about them. It's just getting the Hanley Road where it's metalled. It wants to be tar sealed so you can pass traffic through there all the time instead of, when they had that big slips and floods right through and the blocked highways for 3 or 4 days. They had that bypass going there for traffic to get through from up that way.
Makes sense. Thank you for that.
Thank you, David. Appreciate your submission.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Take care. Thank you. Caroline Gray.
You're going to come stand here too? Yeah, why not?
Hi, Caroline.
Hi, Caroline.
Please go ahead.
Hi, Helen. Thanks very much. Okay, so that's sounding right. Okay, so that's not the right place. How do I get it right? Okay, like that. Yeah. Right, Upukanaru Memorial Hall. It's a very, what shall I say, difficult place to get sorted. Let's put it that way. Lots of people have tried, and Piripi, who's my friend here, we're both musicians, and we met at Lads Brewery open mic. He's got a real sort of connection to Upukanaru. I live in Drury Hill, so it's not really my hood. But I went to St Mary's Church one time, walked past the hall, and went, whoa, what's this hall? It's just looking really bleak and really awful, and then carried on to the pub to have lunch. Since then, COVID's lifted, and the cafe's gone ahead now, and it's a really beautiful place. So what I'd like to do is just talk through, I'm going to call it the Golden Promenade. So we start at the new bridge. We've got the new cycle bridge, which... Do I have to use? Can people hear me if I don't use the microphone? Sorry. Or do I?
Yeah, online. You have to use the microphone.
Use the microphone. That's cool. I can do that. So the bridge is fantastic, newly built. Cycling, walking, locals and tourists are both coming in. So that's part of the Golden Promenade. Fabulous place. Next place is the cafe, where all the flash people in town drive a reasonable distance for Wanganui to go there because the coffee's really good, the food's really good, the service is really good. You can sit out the back and play guitar and do all that sort of thing. So the cafe's really gone ahead. The pub, I believe, has just changed hands, and when I looked at something on Facebook, it said they had a really nice meal and that was going ahead well. I've sat out there on a sunny day and had a beer, and that's a nice place to be. So again, good business going ahead, getting better. Papaiti Gin, run by Adrian and Nikki, fabulous new business out there. And then the school, which has a full role, and Erin Brown in charge, who's very go-ahead, and then the church, which is a beautiful historic building. Now, Piripi's family's claim to fame is his great-great-grandfather, Mr. Stevens, took a big part in building the hall, building the church and the pub. So that was very good to find Piripi to... Basically, we want to start a campaign to see what can happen next with it. So the next step was, right, how do I get a meeting with council to see what can happen, what's been happening? So I was lucky enough along my journey to meet David Wells, who's the chair of the Rural Halls Trust.
Caroline, I just want to caution you. I know you well, and I've been involved in so many discussions.
Thank you.
You're going to run out of time.
Am I going to run out of time?
So you might want to get to the nub of your submission.
Okay. The nub of my solution is that we did meet with council. I got the inch-long, each inch-wide report on the building assessment and things that need to be done. It's basically 1.9 million, which to a layperson is an enormous amount of money, but to lotteries or to the council is not actually a huge amount of money. So it's so I've read that. That was useful information. We met with sorry, just need to finish this next. But we met with Sarah Hagan and Rosemary Fletcher, who helped compile that report, which was really helpful. So we got that report, finally got some information. And then I met with Helen Craig, who kindly, because she's a heritage person, wanted to help me to formulate what we would do next. So the next thing we were going to do was find out what the locals thought of using the hall or not using it. So I now have 4 written submissions from the principal, which I won't have time to read out. It's a shame. And I haven't sent it to you, so I need to do that. I have that admin lady, sorry if I can't remember, Ariel. I've got Ariel's email to send the written submissions to. So I have a good submission from the principal. I have Adrian of the Papaiti Gin saying he wants to see the hall have some other purpose, perhaps a gallery, but he doesn't want to see it looking like that. I've got Tina, who's the caretaker at the hall, saying they used to do kapa haka in there, they now can't use it at all, it's such a waste of space. And I've got a really exciting person who is the ferry, who is the skipper of the Waimarie. He's called Sam, and he is really keen to get the hall opened again because we need a place to house the treasures from the Waimarie Museum. The tourists come up here, and it would be really nice for them to have somewhere to see that sort of information. So basically, Upukanaru has several community hubs. They've got the school with a dividing door, which gives them a big area. They've got the pub, which has rooms, but there's no big hall out there for community use, for meetings, for dances, for the school to use, because the school doesn't have a proper hall. So we would really like to get the hall reactivated in some way, or try and work out what else we're going to do with the hall. What else we're going to do with the hall? I'm happy to kick it along, start the campaign. Helen's been marvellous in that I had a meeting separately with her to discuss what to do. If I trip over anything, she'll help me up. And Peterpi's fabulous because he's got local connection to the whole area. And that's probably all I want to say. I would really like, if any of you've got questions, for them to be questions that could maybe help us here with this difficult task, because no one's been able to do it. And by crikey, I'd like to be able to do it, get some result here. So thanks for listening, guys. You've done lots of listening, haven't you? Lots and lots of 5-minute listening with passionate people banging away at you. Good on you.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you for your passion. And I just want to confirm that council does own the building and the land. But there's no money currently in the LTP, so that's why you're submitting.
Exactly, sorry. So it's not part of the long-term plan at the moment at all. Yeah.
Correct, thank you.
We would like it put back in there, please.
Thank you. So Peter Oscom, question.
Thank you for your submission. Upukanaru is my hood.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
In your opinion, though, would you rather have the old building done up or a new building?
Okay.
$2.2 million is...
1.9, actually. $1.9 million is a lot of money for a layperson. Maybe not so much for a council or the lotteries, I'm hoping.
I think it's a lot of money.
A lot of money. It is a lot. All right, it's a lot of money. Would I like to have it done up? Yes, I would like to have it done up. Can we pull it down? Yes, we can, but we need resource consent, and that would take going to court, which would cost money. I'm not sure how much, but it would also maybe mean the judge wouldn't necessarily say, yes, you can pull it down. So it's like a really difficult route to go on with a very uncertain outcome if we did pull it down. But I mean, Helen Craig has been inside in recent times, and she thinks it's still building worthy. I mean, the reports. So you guys can look at this report. Sorry, I'm just going to show you the front page. So this report here was done in 2023. That's a council requested report with proper building firms doing it. So you guys can look at that with the photos that came with it to show all the disrepair so far. But apparently, according to Helen, who knows about these things, it's not actually that bad and could be, restored.
My name is being used.
Sorry,
in
your
vain
name's being used in vain. I hope not in vain. Sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry, is that all right or not?
Fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Sorry.
It's fine.
I mean, from a layman's point of view, it looks like it could be, a hell of a job, but
it's essentially a wooden
breaking
building.
it down, it's not quite so bad. Yeah.
I have got Councillor Law.
I just want to really confirm what you would like. You would like a community hub in the Memorial Hall,
Yes.
and you'd like us to fumigate it to start
Yes,
with.
that would be really good. Fumigate, it's good.
Cool.
Thank you. Yes.
That's an easy first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have you not got a light working?
Right.
Oh, can you find somebody else's? Thank you.
I know some people would be grateful. but anyway.
Councillor
I'll be
Fallon.
real quick. It's not my hood, so please educate me. When there are weddings, receptions, gatherings, 21st, etc., where does community go to hold these gatherings or events?
Absolutely brilliant question. They'd have to be quite small. You might be able to use some rooms in the pub. The school might lend you their rooms, but probably not. So nowhere, basically. So that was a really good point. When I spoke to the local vicar, she would really like, after she's done services, wedding services at the church, St Mary's Church, for there to be a hall for them to have their reception that side of the river, because at the moment there's no venue for a decent sized wedding. So good
just
point. Thank you.
quickly, seconds to go. What's the largest hall or facility, like you mentioned the pub, what's the largest gathering that can be done currently for that community?
Very good point. There's actually, at Horrocks Park, there is a rugby club. It's not a hall. And I haven't seen it, but I believe that people use that sometimes. I haven't yet got there, but there's lots more to do, and that's one of the things I'm going to do, have a look. So it's 10 minutes up the road.
Okay, thank you.
Caroline, thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Helen, that's great.
Pete, you don't have another question? We're all done? Yeah. Thank you for your passion and your commitment. Thank you for coming today. Appreciate it.
Cool. Thanks very much. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Stephen Archer. Stephen, how are you? Come on up.
Second to last.
The floor is yours. We're all ears.
There's only one thing better than second to last, and that's last. Then we can all go home. I'm going to talk on development contribution policy. I feel that it's not really a growth model. It's not based on a growth, well, sorry, I'll start again. It is based on a growth model, but we're not experiencing a time of growth at the moment or a foreseeable future. Building projects are being cancelled, and those in the building industry are facing difficult times. So I feel the policy has been a little bit rushed. And most people are unaware of what this development contribution is and how it will affect the community or the end users. I've been going along to Wanganui Developers Forum, and we were only advised a few weeks ago and given a small opportunity to give feedback, but all the news was fairly fresh and hard to get your head around. I feel that the policy has got parts of it that are difficult to understand and interpret. Reading it might seem straightforward, and I'm sure you've all read it with great vigour, but I think putting it into action will become subjective, and how a planner of today might view things quite differently to the successor. The definition of bedrooms, for instance, is quite broad and subjective. Any room that can be closed off to be private, which one designer could choose to write, I don't know, lounge on a plan, and it might be assessed quite differently by the household unit assessor. I've been assisting a planner, not based in Wanganui, on a proposal, and we had difficulty understanding how the policy was going to be applied to the subdivision and to the building consents afterwards. We had especially had concerns about the amount that the uniform charge was, and then additional area charges and how they're going to be applied and how it was going to affect the return on the development. Took a few calls to the planning team to get a reply that we could be confident in. So I'm a surveyor, and I have a few clients that hope to better utilise their land by subdividing the large backyard off their property and wanting to do one-off infill subdivisions. The district plan encourages this. Policy 3 of the subdivision section promotes optimum use of the existing infrastructure and supports area of increased density. And it's my understanding that many of you agree that infill development is better than urban sprawl. I don't believe the development contribution policy is a positive thing for infill development. I've had 2 clients that have pulled out recently because the additional costs of development levies were going to be too high. For an inner city development, it's always fraught with challenges. They tend to be smaller lot sizes, narrow access, involve right of way and sometimes difficult drainage. By the time you pay for council consent fees and certification fees, plus the development levy, you'd be looking at $20,000 for going to council, about $10,000 going to surveying, about $70,000 going to installation of new crossings, driveways, electricity, off-peak pumping, $5,000 going to a solicitor, $15,000 going towards interest payments and agents, and it all tallies up to about $120,000. It's not what a lot of people have available to launch out on a project that has some risk to it. I'm concerned that the policy has been introduced at the subdivision stage. A development unit is a theoretical number only based on area, and the contribution is payable by the developer before, or has to be paid by the developer before titles can be issued. The actual effect becomes more apparent, but it's still not definitive when the housing unit is assessed at building consent stage. I feel it's just too complex. In my humble opinion, if developments are in accordance with the district plan, it brings benefit to the whole community, and it should be the whole community that contributes towards development. Whereas the development contribution levy seems to be imposed on the ones taking the risk to make it happen. My thoughts are that the policy is not a model to encourage growth. It is a tax on those who are growers. And we're on a bit of a knife's edge. If the growth doesn't meet the expectation that's been modelled. If the tax is too high, developers will just go elsewhere, and so will the purchasers, property purchasers. Then we'll be revisiting the economist, Mr. Equob's haunting words about zombie towns and the likes. I seem to recall that was all about, happened around 2014, when we also had an area-wide development contribution policy, which was discreetly dropped the following year. Maybe the current development contribution advisors were not living in Wanganui then, and maybe it's all different now. So that's my submission.
Thank you, Stephen. Really appreciate you coming here today and putting time into this. Do we have any questions? Councillor Fallon.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm one of those with a property that needs subdividing. I'd like you to be quite brutal because you've mentioned some of the deterrents. What incentives are you aware of? Because council does want infill. We want to use that land up. We don't want to expand our borders. In your awareness, what incentives does council offer a developer for infill to go ahead and do it? What are the positives at the moment, if any?
None. Infill development is inherently difficult, and generally it's first-time developers, people who had never done it before. You can have ideal situations where it doesn't tally up quite the same as my list, but that would be a typical list for somebody embarking on a project that's going to last them or may take them a minimum of 6 months, potentially 9 months or a year. And it's as stressful as building a house, I think. You've got drainage problems, narrow driveways, and the requirement, any section under 400 square metres, you need to put pumping station in, which all add to the cost. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent? No? Councillor Cope?
Thank you. We're just about out of time, Stephen, but really appreciate your very thoughtful submission. I was going to ask you 2 questions, but I'll just ask you one. And that was about, you mentioned there were 2 subdivisions that you recently were consulting with in terms of your profession. And was it with the prospect of these changes in their mind that turned those over, that they weren't any longer to proceed?
Yeah, one was the uncertainty of how much extra it was going to cost. And the other one, just they didn't want to, according to their budget, they just didn't have the extra money to spend on it.
Were they both infill?
Yeah, one definitely I'd describe as infill and what we'd all know as infill. The other one was infill at the edge of town, so it's a bit marginal.
Right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Stephen. Really appreciate your submission today.
Okay. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Graham Dack and the whole of Amdram Theatre are here.
I don't think so.
Welcome, everybody. Lovely to have you here. Thank you for your enthusiasm.
Kia ora. I hope it doesn't seem like it's a takeover.
We're offering seats for free around the council table at the moment.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah. I only just sent them the lines last night, so it might not be the best performance. So. Are you ready, guys? Sure. Yeah, thank you for coming. Anyway, tēnā koutou katoa, and thank you for this time to speak in support of the performing arts community in Wanganui. As the standing president of Wanganui Amateur Musical and Dramatic Society, a club that I take this time to mention celebrates its 150th anniversary this year, I have been consistently humbled by the talent this community has within its ranks. Actors, singers, dancers, musicians, technicians and backstage helpers, all who donate their time to bring quality entertainment to the stage. And it would be difficult to estimate or even fathom how many hours these groups have given over the years. In August 1874, our society was formed, and 25 years later, Wanganui had the foresight to build the Royal Wanganui Opera House. This building has stood for 125 years and is a symbol of our cultural heritage, providing a space where people come together and where memories are made. It is a place of inspiration. When you stand on a stage for the first time, you can feel the weight of the history that has stood before you. The atmosphere, even when that stage and house is empty, has a tingle of anticipation and electricity in the air. Amdram has been intrinsically intertwined with the Opera House since it opened and has regularly produced shows on its stage. It was built with all the trappings of a fully functioning theatre and has until recently allowed those using the facility all the benefits that brings. With the current restrictions in place, decisions need to be made with the same foresight as your predecessors. That is to bring this grand old lady back to life. We may have lost the historic aspects of the rope fly floor that have been removed, but an upgrade to a more modern side stage counterweight system would bring back and provide many of those lost technical benefits to not only ourselves but other touring future productions. Option 3 in your long-term plan, which I see you support, is the minimum improvements required for this. It allows that important side stage space and the ability to fly scenery and actors. This option does require a change to the roof area, essentially squaring off and raising it to allow for the changes to be implemented. I hear other submissions have noted that this would have little impact on the historic and heritage aspects of the building, with the front-facing facade remaining unchanged. These changes will provide a space that would attract a wider range of professional touring acts, benefiting the community both economically and holistically. A vibrant art scene is not a luxury. It's actually a powerful economic driver. A rejuvenated opera house will attract more touring acts, patrons that bolster our hospitality industry and bring in income to other businesses. Culture and the arts is not just entertainment. What it brings to those both sides of the stage is essential for our well-being. The ancient art of storytelling deserves a space and a venue befitting of its import in our life. By investing in the Opera House, you, the council, are investing in the social fabric of our city, preserving a space for creativity, expression and connection. Consider the legacy that we'll leave for our future generations. The decisions you make will shape not only the future of the Opera House, but also the performing arts in Wanganui. Investing in the Opera House is not an expense, it is an investment in our identity and places real value on this city's history. Amdram, the Repertory Theatre, Wanganui Performing Arts, the dance and ballet schools, and all the other schools in general have all loyally supported the Opera House by producing shows at this venue. We all together provide an avenue for expression, confidence building and talent development like no other in the city. What better a place to aspire to perform than the Opera House? What a space to have that can support our efforts to the fullest. A decision to support option 3 is the least that you, the council, can do. It's also saddening to again see our friends' future at the Repertory Theatre under threat. This is an intimate and charming space to see live theatre up close and personal. It is another example of a club that has provided a space for people to share for generations through the goodwill of volunteers. I urge the council to consider doing all it can to support and save the building in its current form and location. Once lost, it can never be again. It is not just the fabric of the building that is lost, it is the positive energy held within its foundations that will be lost as well. Thank you, that's my submission.
Excellent, thank you, Graham. Right, we will have a number of questions around the table. We'll start with Councillor Josh.
Thanks, Graham. There were some brilliant quotes in there from you around the importance of art and culture, and I just want to acknowledge what an impact they had on me personally. Just in terms of the Repertory Theatre, one of the rationale that we've used in our consultation document is the opportunity to amalgamate and share facilities. Can you comment on what some of the constraints of needing to do that might be from your perspective?
I think both from a governance side of things of the societies and also the amount of usage both societies have. The Rep has increased what it's offering out and its hall is used virtually 7 days a week, and so is ours. We have dance schools, other classes coming through, a youth performing arts school there, and we're currently in rehearsals for 2 shows there, so we're fully used. I don't think joining the 2 groups together would give them ample time, and we cross-pollinate with each other anyway. We act, we direct, and we share wardrobe and facilities anyway. But to do what each society wants to do amalgamating would not be the best thing.
I appreciate those thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Melzer.
Thank you. A number of other submitters have suggested that there might be other options not listed in this consultation document in regards to the investment in the Opera House, suggesting that widening the wings is not necessarily necessary. Do you have any comment on that?
I note that option 1 is buy the scaffolding, do nothing sort of thing, and option 2 would be still a counterweight system, but not widening the stuff, and I understand that's more expensive than option 3.
Not quite, but well, there's been a suggestion that there might be another option somewhere between option 1 and option 2. That, yeah.
I don't support that. I think that we've lost the ability to produce what we want to produce. I'll give you an example. When I walked in producing Phantom of the Opera 6 weeks before, we had everything planned and walked into scaffolding down the side, and everything had to change.
Yeah.
And I'll add, without notice.
Yeah.
We were told, and we had to change things completely. You can't produce a show without these technical things on the side.
I really applaud you for that as well. That was an incredible show under those conditions. The other question I have is around venue cost of Higher Edge. How are you finding the cost increases, and are you concerned about further increases with a high investment?
Extremely concerned. As a community and charity group, I was taken aback at our recent estimate for our 150th show. We being a charitable organisation, we were quoted close to $20,000 to put on a show there. I was told the prices, had only gone up by 6%, but I looked back at the 2019 or 2021 prices we were quoted for Phantom of the Opera, and it's almost a 50% increase on a show day. And more so for a rehearsal day. The costs are exorbitant, really, to put on a show.
Can you just clarify how long that usage would be for that 20,000? What's the period of use there?
About 17 to 18 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll allow a question from Councillor Vinson.
Thank you for the presentation. Considerable cost in the Opera House is enlarging the stage house, and we're told that it's necessary, one of the reasons necessary, to improve the sight lines and to attract larger shows. So in the experience of Amdram, has the stage area been too small for you?
I would say yes. The issues are around the joy of seeing a show with a live orchestra. And where the pit currently is, you actually lose some staging area where the pit is. So that's some of the design issues. The sight lines with the poles and the actual width through the arch doesn't provide great viewing from the side. Mm-hmm. If viewing angles and to a show were improved, promoters and ticket sellers wouldn't need to subsidise cheaper seats on the side because you're missing half the show. You sit towards the side, you miss quite a lot. And also, you can utilise the depth of the stage a lot better if it is improved.
Thank you.
Look, thank you, Graham, and thank you for your supporters and cast to be here today. Great work. Congratulations of 150 years old as an organisation. How incredible, and you've got a show in October.
That's correct.
So we're looking forward to coming and seeing that during the Heritage Festival, celebrating 100 years as their city. And next year is the Opera House's 125th, I believe, so another reason to celebrate.
Hopefully it's open enough for us to do a show to help you celebrate.
Well, we'll work through that one.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, folks.
Right,
really appreciate you coming.
Go on.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Lovely. Michelle Excel. Is Michelle here? Hi, Michelle.
I'm not part of Amdram.
No. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Everybody gets sucked into volunteering here.
I didn't have time to come to go home first, so you're getting yoga pants and flash jacket. Yeah.
Welcome, Michelle. Your time starts.
So thank you, first off, for putting together a long-term plan. I thought it was super thorough, really insightful for newcomers like myself. I actually feel more connected to the town now. We only moved here 6 months ago, and I'm more aware of the resources that are available to us, and hopefully we get to keep them all. So I've been living in the States since 2009 until moving here 6 months ago, and out of New Zealand for over 20 years. But I did spend most of my childhood here, up in Auckland. I feel incredibly lucky to be here. It's an incredible town. We've been very warmly welcomed, and you already know a lot of my thoughts on the plan. Somebody's read them. But today I want to speak more about the proposed hotel. Having travelled extensively for work for almost 20 years now, and racking up hundreds, if not thousands, of nights of hotel stays, and being married to a chef, I do feel like I have valuable insight to add to everything in the hospitality sector. When we first read the plan, the hotel plan just felt off. Something felt wrong with the strategic approach. And to attempt to be constructive with my feedback, I wanted to take it back to objectives and really have a think about what this plan was in order of, what it was trying to service. So the problems as I see them, and this might not be everybody's view, is not enough hotel rooms when we have big events, and nothing of a higher standard for more discerning, presumably wealthy visitors, which does reflect on the town as a destination and its continued tourism destination. And I have a sense of the macro needs and opportunities as well. So the well-being of our residents and the community would absolutely come first in any decision that we make about spending money. And this did feel like a huge amount of money redirected away from something that wasn't really guaranteeing a return. Also keeping in mind that we need commercial opportunities for people who live here, to keep them here and to offer viable career opportunities and to attract new people to move here because of career opportunities, not just because it's a cheap place to live, which is what brought me here. And then we also want rates reductions, or we want an increase in available services to counter those rates reductions, to make it worth it, and to showcase Wanganui to the world, which, in addition to the commercial opportunities, should allow us to grow without leaving anyone behind, because that's a big thing where I've been living in California. I don't think anyone is saying we don't need a hotel. I do recognise that we need more places for people to stay. But I do think that people are objecting to the council paying up front for the full amount, when there do seem to be smarter ways to do it. And I know I definitely balked when I found out about the 1.5 million consulting fee that had already been approved, and some of the building purchases that seem very much in motion already. So what are some of the objections? And then I will have some suggestions as well. What happens when it's empty? We've lived here for 6 months now, and I can tell you that it will definitely be empty for large amounts of that time, or near empty. How do we attract 4-star talent? How do we attract them? How do we train them? And how do we pay them enough to stay here as a career? Because everybody who has served me in a restaurant so far has been a high schooler. Does Wanganui even need a 4-star hotel in the definition of a 4-star hotel? How do you guarantee good hospitality, the food and bar service, when, honestly, we're looking to buy right now? No restaurant here is doing well at the moment, and no one is doing long hours or consistently high-quality food. And I know that's going to piss some people off, especially because I'm in hospitality. How do you keep it affordable for people to stay? And how do you maintain occupancy and profitability at the existing motels and hotels? Because small business is the backbone of this town, and they also pay rates. So we don't want to put anyone out of business. So some suggestions, and these are not in priority order. I think that the money in the consultation phase should be focused on building a business case. I know you're saying there's a business case, but a particular business case that's actually focused on more of an RFP for the entire build and operation, ownership even. And I think that that business case should be geared towards attracting vendors. And I think we should also cast that net wide, consider boutique hotel groups, hip motels. I've stayed in many of those across the States. Some of the VC-backed, like tiny house, tiny cabin companies right now who have tons of money and are killing it in the New Zealand market. Not to say we should build cabins in town, I just mean some of those companies have really good insight about accommodation. I don't think that we should select the location and draft the plans for the building. That's just my opinion. That's why I'm here to voice that today. I think we should let the vendors do it. I've been in and seen and been inside so many situations where we've built it and then we're at the mercy of these operating companies who have come in, whether it's property management in some of the large apartment buildings that I've lived in, and they're all terrible companies and you're at their mercy because no one else can do it. So I think that we should be putting out an RFP and seeking more than just an operator at the end, but a vendor to build the entire thing to begin with, and offering them some attractive upsides. Could be a paid bid. I don't know if you're already considering that. Even a nominal fee will get serious contenders and show them that you're serious too, so you're not asking for just free work. Consider a smaller footprint or something with a flexible floor plan for those downtimes. Offer rates freezes during the build, tourism board funding that would also be offered to other businesses in similar category because you don't want to be unfair. Other breaks to incentivize. That could mean guaranteeing minimum occupancy for, say, 2 years, meaning you would top up if it wasn't full to give somebody a runway to actually make a profitable business in other ways, hospitality offerings, etc. Or some of the salary offsets, like they do for a ton of different cities offer this in the industries I'm in, like film and TV production, where you actually pay some businesses to make up the shortfall in salary so that you're actually able to pay people properly, and that's offset. So, for example, if I wanted to hire a senior producer in Nova Scotia, I would only pay 30%, the local government would put in 70%, and that would attract talent and keep them. And building in protections for wage minimums, mandatory use of majority local vendors, things like that, because this hotel build, not just operation, needs to bring money to the town. So, of course, that just means you're handing everything over, but you could also look at building in profit share over rates. So building in profit share in addition to asking for rates, because you're granting these concessions to begin with. I just think that there are some other financial structures to consider that could make this worthwhile. Now, I don't know if you all have any questions, but I did have a couple of questions, but I'm happy to defer to yours if you've got anything. I'm not an expert like the last gentleman was in speaking, so I can't speak to.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. We can't really answer any of your questions. That'll be a formal thing, but what we can do is ask you some questions.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions?
Or it could just be thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
Yeah, thank you. I enjoyed your presentation and your background and knowledge. Using that background and knowledge, it's been pretty well publicised now that council's bought some land. And what do you think of that particular location for a hotel?
It's a great question.
Not how it might be operated and those sorts of things, but that location in Wanganui.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Thank you. I think it's a good location. I think anywhere central is good. I don't think that it's necessarily. I don't think anywhere's thriving in that part of town. My worry would be that what happens when somebody steps out that front door and it's 8 p.m. and they want to eat? There's nowhere for them to eat. What happens when they want to, come here for a vacation and go shopping? There's no boutiques. We have 2 boutiques. I shop religiously. I've counted. So I just worry that if it's too much in the main drag, it's going to also feel like it's a bit empty. But that's really semantics. Those buildings, when I was made aware of them, we've looked at one of those buildings before as an actual commercial investment opportunity. And I was quite shocked at the state of those buildings. So knowing that a hotel may not go in there worries me more now, because if the council owns it, you're going to need to do a lot of upgrades on those buildings. And that's a common thing across a lot of buildings in Wanganui, where we've looked at, say, a restaurant space and it has not been up to standard. Like, we would not run a business out of there without massive investment. So I do worry now that we've got these assets, how much money we're going to have to spend and invest to make them really valuable. I think we all also know in this room who the holdout is, and it seemed irresponsible to buy those knowing who the owners of that building in the middle were. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. I've got a question. In it, you talk about, can it be half condo, half hotel, and get residents to buy in with a commercial operator, offer long-term stays? Do you want to
I did mention that. Yeah, so having lived in a lot of big cities before where there are hotels, but not necessarily guaranteed occupancy, there have been allowing people to actually buy in almost, it's not a timeshare because timeshares come with a whole bunch of other issues, but it's basically like having them be investments so that local people could own them. It's more like a leasehold where you don't own the actual land. So it's like owning a condo. And they can choose to either stay in them, or when they're not staying in them, they can put them into the hotel's general room occupancy. I also think that I did a lot of research I read all the reviews on all the motels in town and a bunch of other ones from overseas. Having smaller rooms, like a pod hotel, it's not as bad as it sounds. It's a chain in New York. Look it up. They're fantastic. I've stayed in them a lot. Where you can have smaller rooms, so it doesn't matter if maybe they're not all as occupied, and you can also join rooms. So I think we just need to get creative because we will have downtimes, and you're then sitting there with a very expensive piece of commercial property that's maybe not occupied.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thanks, Michelle. Really enjoyed your submission.
Thanks.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Elaine, welcome. Nice to see you here.
Hi. Sorry you're going to find mine very low-key after that. I haven't had the time to put any research into financial comparisons and things. So I'm here to talk about broad brushstrokes. We came up in 2014 to start a business, a River City ultrasound, medical diagnosis.
Elaine, can I ask you to speak
sorry,
right to the
talking to the,
microphone?
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. It's been a very successful business in as much as it's made us a good living without ripping the local community off. We've watched the city come up in that time, 10 years, and are very happy to live here. We pay rates and we contribute. So I was absolutely horrified to see that the council, A, had bought the properties without consultation, and that there were figures like 55 million to be loaded onto ratepayers as debt for a 5-star hotel. Who wants a 5-star hotel? We don't need a 5-star hotel. We've got the Grand. We could really reconfigure that. It's still got the beautiful dining room and the beautiful staircase, and it's still close enough to the central city. It could be reconfigured very nicely. I really thought the hotel was a vanity project worthy of Wellington, where I came from. I was president of Mount Victoria Residence for quite a long time, and we had a few set-tos with council who had a lot of vanity projects running. They now have sewage running down the streets. If you forget your core business, you run into trouble. They are in deep trouble, I think, financially. Also, I doubt if there are enough year-round events to fill a hotel. I thought the previous speaker's suggestions were excellent, but about pods and condos and things. To load a debt like this, now looking at people our age, and there's a lot of us, you're talking about benefits that are going to come back when we are long gone. So we aren't going to be terribly sympathetic to that. And to do so on a city with a moderate income base, with climate change barrelling down at us, this is going to be very expensive, especially as it seems currently there's little appetite for change, and change is going to have to be very sudden and very fast, and it's going to be very painful. A parking building, I'm sorry, that's so last century. We need public transport. We need the train back. Can we not get the Blue Streak back up to New Plymouth on an electric line? That would be forward thinking. That would be next century. The rising price of petrol, EVs are still expensive, and without a second-hand vehicles in the market, we need a good public transport system. We need to lobby central government. And where are we with the planned retreat from Anzac Parade? I haven't heard anything about it in an awful long time. Now that's going to be very expensive. That is going to be increasingly necessary as time goes on. The weather is getting more and more erratic. And also every city's got a 5-star hotel and they all look the same. I always try and avoid them. I'm against the removal of the hanging baskets. It's one of the things that makes Wanganui iconic. People, visitors, I have a lot of visitors come through the city visiting, and they say the hanging baskets are just fantastic. They just love them. It's one of the things that attracts people. Visitors are things you want to encourage. Assets. I'm really against the sale of city assets. Basic rule, don't sell your family silver. These sales are a one-off hit, money is absorbed, and the problems don't go away. The city's electric company was sold just after I arrived here. I think it was to Genesis. The people in Wanganui have paid increased power prices ever since, and their rates haven't gone down. They've gone up steadily. I support, truly, an increase in parking charges. They're ridiculously low. We need to encourage more cyclists around the city, more bicycle racks, rentals for tourists, tiny two-seater EVs for tourists, particularly people that don't walk an awful lot. Every European city I've been in lately, everything's electric, even the delivery vans. Air Chatham's proposal makes good sense. Runway adequate, Christchurch route, and a distinct possibility of the main offices and workshops coming to Wanganui makes much more sense than the aviation school, which every city has. I think small village of cabins, wraparound facilities for our homeless, which Nelson has provided, would make Wanganui a far more interesting place. I cannot see why the attempt on the quay failed. We need a humane city as well as a flash city. We need a point of difference, and it will be a debt I will better spent. Freedom camping, self-contained vehicles only. There are 2 good campsites in Wanganui. Becoming a Northland Inc. shareholder, I'm in favour of that. Commercial property, speculation, I'm against. Roads, we need to go back to the government. The logging and haulage trucks were enlarged in 2009. Our roads were not built for them. The houses on the main routes bounce as the trucks go by. Several years ago, Tiwaka Kotahi gave a list of roads they would no longer support. Many of them were rural, which fell back on the council. And no more hushed surfaces in the main roads going out of Wanganui. Really, I felt that we had been had as a city. So I heard the bell.
It was all right, Elaine. That was you had 5 minutes left, but if you've finished now, you've got time for some questions.
Yes.
It's up to you here. Yep. Thank you so much. It was a comprehensive submission, and we really do appreciate you coming here today. Do we have any questions? Yes, Councillor Law.
Hi. You mentioned about selling the family silver, but also not liking the purchases of the buildings.
Two separate issues.
But are you aware that we own $29 million worth of commercial property that don't bring in more than 1% of return? It's not family silver.
I'm very disturbed to hear that.
Yep.
I'm talking about parks.
No, we're not selling parks.
Yep, no. So, these buildings are in a dire state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to email you more about it, but that's the assets we're talking about.
That's great. You've got my email. Yes. We have far too much invested then in bricks and mortar, especially as we're not looking after it.
Thank you. Councillor Fallon.
Thank you. It died again. Thank you for your presentation and the comprehensive number of elements that you've treated. If after a study was done regarding the hotel and it recommended yes to a hotel and definitely a private developer, and we went down that path of a private developer because nearly everybody has said we need this hotel 4-star, would you still...
I haven't.
It's 4-star.
Quite a lot of people I know haven't.
Would you still consider it, even if it was funded privately, a vanity project and not needed for Wanganui?
If it was nothing to do with council, yes, I feel if such a thing is viable, some entrepreneur would have come and done it already, which is why council is getting involved, isn't it? Because nobody has done it.
Okay.
Thank you. No more submissions? No more questions? Thank you, Elaine. Again, we really appreciate your submission and your time spent today.
Thank you.
Well, councillors and the members of the public who've been listening in valiantly, that's the end of 4 solid days pretty much of submissions. And I have to say that I have found the submissions incredibly invaluable. They're humbling and I know that every one of us is going to go away and work with staff to change, to make some pretty tough decisions, but what we have heard will make a huge difference to some of the choices that we will be making. It still won't make it easy, because with a level of savings we're trying to bring in, plus the demand from the public for some of our loved, our wonderful features that we might have proposed to be cut, it's not going to be easy to deliver lower rates increases and keep those amenities for the public. So, but thank you everybody, and we'll sign off now, and our work will start. Thank you.